Hello and welcome to the Eleiko British Classic Championships. We are here at Nottingham Strong. My name's Joe Whiteley. It's my pleasure to be here with Amelia Potter. Amelia, you've been here for 3 days now?
Yeah, I've been here since the very beginning, and we have seen some absolutely incredible lifting so far. We've seen records fall, and I don't think it's going to be any exception for today as well.
I was watching from home. I was shouting at my TV from home yesterday. It was a great competition. We have the 69 kilo and the 84 kilo lifters in this flight. And we have some fantastic graphics there.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
No expense spared for the live stream today. So we have the first flight is the women's 69s. This is kind of the B group, so the people that qualified in the lower half of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll have the next flight of women following, where you'll see some of the heavy lifters, the contenders for the podium coming up. As you can see on the screen here.
We can see some familiar names there. We have Annie Nelson up in the 69s. She saw her British record total in the 63s, matched by 2 people yesterday.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And I believe she's also the total record holder for the 69s at the moment as well.
Yeah.
And Tasmin Campbell, also a formidable competitor.
Great deadlifter, Scottish lifter. She's been around for a while, recently made quite a comeback, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually a lot of Scottish representation in the 69 kilo class, and names like Moa Wickner, who to compete a lot for GB for bench as well.
Yeah, absolutely. She was out in Kazakhstan for the World Bench last year, and she's always bedecked in Bethnal Green. We see her on the platform a lot. There's another Bethnal Green lifter I can see there, Karen Lai, down in nominated in 5th. But those nominations look tight. We can see running down the board there, 425, 425, 422, 420. So I think we're going to have some tough battles today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no small total on there, and I think we're going to see, 3, maybe if not all 4 records being gone for in the 69s.
I think this is going to come down to deadlifts. And then, speaking of deadlifts, we have Flight C, the 84 kilo class, and right at the top there, Zayana Azariah. She has a phenomenal deadlift.
It is absolutely a spectacle to watch, and something I'm really, really looking forward to this morning. But she's up there in really great company as well.
Yeah, it's not like Temi doesn't have a massive deadlift as well, isn't it? We have Temi Nuga on the roster there, and Hetty Simpson as well. And I can see, looking at the names all the way down, we are going to have a massive fight. Now, Zayana, she pulled out in South Africa last year. She pulled for the biggest deadlift in the UK, but she didn't get it at Worlds, but I think she did at Euros.
Yeah, I think she did just on her 3rd deadlift, and you know what? It didn't look like it was an RPE 10 by any means.
So we're looking forward to that record going again today. Now, I think we have just a few more minutes before we set off.
Yeah, so we can catch you for the exciting drama beginning on squats very shortly, and we will see you then.
See you then. We are counting down the seconds now to kick off with the first flight of the day. We ran through it a little bit at the top of the show, but we'll just go through it again. We have 2 flights of 69s, and then we have 1 flight of 84s. I'm Joe Whiteley. I'm my pleasure to have been invited in to join Amelia Potter in. Are you doing the whole stint? Are you doing all 4 days this week?
Yeah, I am here for all 4 days, but I must say it's an absolute pleasure to be joined with you in here.
Thank you.
Absolute pro.
So we have 2 seconds to go now, and the first lifter out on the platform is, I think, Ellie Baker.
I think we're just getting the lights tested for the referees here to make sure there are no technical issues.
Make sure they're not stuck on red. And here we go. This is 120 kilos for Ellie Baker.
She's just getting her wrist wraps on there. For those at home that don't know, you're not allowed to adjust your kit on the platform, other than your belt, of course.
So she has 40 seconds left on the clock, and that's plenty of time. She doesn't have to complete her squat in that time. She just has to get the start command. Nice and deep. That looked like a nice way to kick off the show.
Yeah, a really nice, easy opener. Like we were saying, opener has to be something you can do any day of the week, no matter what the circumstances. And I know that you have certain feelings about opening too heavy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in raw lifting. It's not really the case in equipped lifting, but with raw lifting, you shouldn't be failing your opener. I mean, it's a bit different on squat because you might miss on depth if you're not really up to speed with what the referees are expecting at this level. Your hip must drop below the level of your hip crease must drop below the level of your knee. It's not enough to reach parallel. You have to break it. And here's Beta Petnai with 125. Nice little flare out of the knees there, pushed out to make room for the hips to drop in. And a good lift.
Yeah, there's so many different variations of form across all 3 lifts, but you know, there's on squat, high bar, low bar, narrow stance, wide stance, and I'm sure we'll see across the board lifters adopt all of
I'm
these.
sure we will, and your different leverages have a big impact, whether you've got long femurs or not, and even the way the head of the femur inserts into the hip varies from lifter to lifter. There's no one right way to do it. This is Emma Williams for the same weight, 125. Yeah, nice. We just had a little bit of a review of yesterday's lifting there for you in the break.
Yeah, everybody loves to see a deadlift, and stick around and you'll see plenty of them today.
And this is Christiana Keogh Bennett for 132.5. The weight is rising already.
Yeah, these are not light openers.
Almost paused.
Yeah, she looked very confident with that weight on her back. Just an opportunity to thank all our volunteers, our spotters and loaders here today. They're giving up a lot of their time, energy and effort, and it's very, very long days for them.
4 days of them. This is Ellen Roberts. We have two Roberts coming out back to back. This is Ellen Roberts for 135 to be followed by Katie Roberts for 135. We're going to have some fun keeping those apart. Another nice deep squat there.
Yeah, they don't want to give any doubt for the referees. That was a good lift, 3 white lights, because once they see a depth issue, they really, really look for it as you kind of move on with it.
Yeah, as you say, you don't want to leave it up to them, up to the referees to decide. You want to put it beyond all possible doubt. So it's Katie Roberts out next for 135.
Bar is loaded, 135 kilos for Katie Roberts.
And just as a reminder, of course, there will be 2 flights of 69 kilo lifters.
So all of flight A will do squat 1, squat 2, squat 3, and then we'll have the next flight to come out to complete the class. That was very controlled and a good lift. The camera angles we have are looking upwards, so I was a little bit deceived by the front view there, but you can see from the side she broke parallel, so that was good depth.
And if I remember correctly, Katie Roberts, I believe, has a huge bench on her, so that's something we have to look forward to.
Yeah, opening well north of 100 kilos.
And in the first flight, can you believe it? So that only shows the standard we have yet to see.
Here's Alexandra Henry, again for 135. Very fast descent there.
Yeah, and a very, very narrow stance she's adopted there.
You get a really good stretch reflex with that, but I'm so inconsistent out of the hole that really doesn't work for me. You've got to be really sure that you're coming up the same way you went down.
Yeah, there's a lot of power there from her.
Bar is loaded.
Claire Eaton, this is about the 4th lifter, I think, coming out for the same weight, 135.
Lovely and deep there from Claire.
Easy, yeah.
3 white lights, good lift for Claire Eaton. Susanna Woodhouse now, 140 on the bar for Susanna. Layla and Ayana, get ready. Last 3 lifts in round 1.
Loads more left in the tank there. And we have Susanna Woodhouse out next for 140.
140 kilos. Susanna Woodhouse.
Still got a couple more lifters in this flight. Another nice, easy squat there. It doesn't give us a lot to talk about, but it is to the benefit of the lifter. They're all coming out doing absolutely beautiful openers.
Yeah, I mean, in a best case scenario, we don't have much to talk about on the openers because, you know, if they all move like that, they all get a squat on the board and it's fine.
Exactly. We have a lot to talk about when there's drama, and what a lifter doesn't want is drama. Layla Tamasebi Boldaji now for 150. This is a big opening squat.
Nice scream at the top there. She completes her opener. And a good lift.
Now, in case you're wondering, there is a rule that Muslim ladies can wear a full bodysuit, and that's why Some lifters do have, they appear to have leggings on, but it's a full bodysuit that gets approved at kit check. And I think this is our last opener of this flight. Ayana Porteous-Simpson for 155.
And this is no small opener by any means.
No, this is a big weight. Still in the middleweight weight categories for the women.
And that is a good lift. We can see that again here from a bit more of a side angle.
So this is a great start to the competition. Everyone's got their opener in this flight.
Yeah, they can have a big sigh of relief now, until bench at least.
Yeah, we do have the new bench rules to contend with, but at least everyone has met depth and got their opener in. So I don't know about you, Amelia, but I'm always so nervous before squats. Once I get that first one in, nerves start to settle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, you lose feeling for what depth is on the day, and you just have to trust yourself that you know where it is.
So we're through to the second round now of the first flight, and this is Ellie Baker for 122.5. She's only gone up 2.5. Now that makes me wonder whether she missed getting her attempt in, because we are timed. You have 60 seconds from your result being called good to get your next one in, and if you don't get there in time, they will give you a 2.5 kilo increment. But maybe she just likes the small jumps.
Yeah. Her opener was good, and it did look like that it slowed down a little bit, but not enough, you know, for it to really phase her too much.
Well, sometimes you do your opener and it feels terrible, so you think, no, I don't want to do much more, just give me 2.5. But then that might give you a bit of confidence when that goes well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beta Patenyi now for 132.5. She's taken a bigger jump. She's gone up 7.5. Coached by Danny Lee. No, that's a shame. I think she just lost a bit of tightness in the hole. If you watch that replay back, her knees pop out right at the bottom, and I think she just loses her drive just there.
Yeah, she hit the hole quite hard, and you know, her current max is 135 kilos, so it is 2.5 kilos shy of it, so we hope that she can come back and get that on her third.
I think if she keeps tight and hits it exactly right, I think she'll get that next time. But here's Emma Williams for the same weight, made the same jump from 125 to 132.5. Strong.
Yeah, that's a lovely looking second there.
2-1, a good lift, 2-1, a good lift, a red from the centre referee. Assuming depth, but 2-1, good enough. So 142.5 on the bar now for Christiana Keogh Bennett.
Next out we have Christiana Keogh Bennett. She's taken a 10 kilo jump up to 142.5.
142.5 kilos, Christiana Keogh Bennett.
She gets it up. The referee say 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Christiana.
122.5 on the bar for Alexandra Henry. Claire Eaton and Eleanor Roberts to get ready. Bars loaded. 142.5 kilos. Alexandra Henry.
So it's Alexandra Henry now for the same weight. We have 3 lifters coming out for 142.5.
Seems to be a popular jump amongst the 69s.
I think we've got such a big class and they're all so tightly packed all the way up and down the field.
Yeah, it's really nice from Alexandra there.
If you can hit depth with that narrow stance, it is so strong.
Yeah. You can see it again here from a bit more of a side angle. Wow, her feet are so close together. Yeah, she really pops out of that hole really very quickly.
A style becoming more and more popular as we see the French have so much success with it.
Yeah, another British lifter, James Adcock, who adopts that slightly closer stance as well.
So here's Claire Eaton for 142.5. Slow but steady. I think that was a well-judged second.
Yeah, and I believe that was a match comp PB for her as well, which moved very, very well.
$145 now for Ellen Roberts. Relatively new lifter. I think at her first British Championship.
Yeah, and what a stage for a new lifter as well to compete on.
Great positioning there. Slow down a little bit through the sticking point.
Good lift. I think a few more kilos to tap into there, but a good attempt choice, I think, for her second.
And the same weight for Katie Roberts.
This is just shy of Katie's comp PB actually, so we're seeing a lot of near comp PBs for just second attempts for these lifters today.
As you say, she's a big bencher. She won the British bench last year. She went out to Lithuania the year before that for World Bench as well, which is doing fairly well in the 3 lift competitions as well. Very controlled.
Took words out my mouth. Yeah, so controlled in the descent there.
It does take up a lot of energy being so slow and controlled into those. It's not quite a tempo squat, but not far off.
Yeah, we do see people though who are on the other end of the spectrum who just kind of bomb it into the hole and they really lose that tightness, and you know it doesn't work for a lot of people.
I think like you say, it's a trade-off. Here's Susanna Woodhouse, 152.5 now. She's got 12.5.
That's a big jump for this weight class. And again, a relatively new lifter, having only competed once, and that was, summer last year.
Nice work there.
And that's a good lift. She actually opened on a 2.5 kilo PB, so
really, newbie gains.
Yeah, exactly, and that's absolutely massive. So that was a 12.5 kilo comp PB for her.
Making the most of those early gains. A lot of the early gains you make as a new lifter are all about convincing your nervous system to give you all your strength at once rather than just packing muscle on. And once you've got to the end of those newbie gains and you can get your nervous system just to give you everything in one explosive burst, then I'm afraid it's down to building muscle after that.
Yeah.
Leila Tamasebi Boldaji, 160 on the bar. Now she's not stood that up, but I don't think she was down far enough either. Just looks a bit nervous.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to see that on the replay here. think she just cut it a bit short there, and maybe that was already in her head on the way up.
I think so. I think when you're not certain of the weight and you feel a little bit nervous, the body kind of gives you a bit of a boost by not going down as far.
Yeah. And I think it probably was the right decision as well, conserving that energy. We can see the score sheet as we're approaching the end of the second attempts here as well. With the final second attempt out now.
And this is Ayanna Portier-Simpson for 162.5. As you say, we are into some big weights already. Strong.
Yeah, so much power there, Ayanna.
And I think she's only done one competition before.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, so that's a 10 kilo platform personal best for her, which is just amazing.
And she moved it so fast. I think there's a good amount of kilos left in that squat for her.
So Beata Peteni is coming out for 132.5, followed by Emma and Ellie and Emma rather. And the bar is loaded at 132.5.
We are back to the top now, and I think this is Beata Peteni for the 132.5 she missed last time.
Yeah, hoping she can just maintain that tightness in the hole that she just lost a little bit last time.
Oh,
wow.
To get that bar moving again, that showed such guts and courage.
And it's a good lift. Well done to her. She really deserved that.
Yeah, she really did. I think a lot of people would have given up right there.
Yeah, and she did get one blue from the centre referee.
Yeah,
the downwards
for the
movement.
bar. Yeah, dipping.
But 2 whites is all
Oh,
you need.
no, I'm sorry. I've just heard the MC. The jury's overturned it. There was downward movement of the bar, so that is no lift.
That is a crying shame, but I think she should walk away with her head held high. That was such a fantastic
I think so.
effort.
To have not given up, to have carried on pushing that upwards, that was a great comeback. Here's Ellie Baker for the same weight, 132.5.
Oh, really nice there from Ellie.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a really well judged third attempt. She's not absolutely crucified herself to grind out her last squat, so she's got plenty left to go into the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and she got one depth call on the right-hand side, but I think you're absolutely right. I think it's easy to forget that you have 6 lifts to do after the final squat.
And with 3 flights, it's going to be a long day. You need to be sure you've got a little bit left in the tank for deadlifts.
9 attempts to change big group openers.
Here's Emma Williams, 137.5, 300 pounds. I think she's brought a fan club. The crowd really got behind her for that one.
Yeah, and sometimes that can really help, hearing the support. She gets a depth call from the centre referee there, but 2 whites from the side referees who can generally see the depth a little bit better. And I think that was a match comp PB for Emma there.
Claire Eaton now, she's gone up 5 to 147.5.
And yeah, that was a lovely third attempt. 3 white lights there for Claire. We can see that again here in the replay.
just gets a little bit tipped over, but the strength is clearly there.
Yeah, and it wasn't, RP10. I think she saved some energy for those later lifts, as we discussed.
Ellen Roberts now. 3 lifters are going to come out for 150.
And this will be a 10 kilo personal best on the platform for her.
So she looks a bit thrown. She kind of unracked. I think she was trying to get braced under the bar and she accidentally unracked one side. So hopefully that's not going to throw her off. As you say, this is a big PB attempt. A little bit too much. Maybe just a little bit too cautious at the bottom of the squat there.
Yeah, and it started just to tip forwards as well on her, as you can see in the replay. But she still walks away with a PB, which is absolutely fantastic.
We are coming to the end of the first flight. So the first flight do all their squats and the second flight come out and do all theirs. We have Christiana Keogh Bennett on the platform right now with 150 on her back.
Wow. That could have been a second attempt,
It
really.
could have been, yeah, absolutely.
Again, just a depth call from the centre referee there. But 2 whites from the side, as we can see the replay, and a good lift.
See, with the long femored lifters, they have to sit back so far that from the front, it's really hard to tell that. Alexandra Henry now. Henry, excuse me, for the same weight, 150.
If you remember correctly, this is a very narrow stance and it's worked very well for her so far.
Yeah, and I love the little smile at the top when she gets it.
There it is.
Do you think she cut that one a little? No. I'm so thrown by that low view looking upwards.
Yeah, and with the narrow stance from the front, it's such a difficult angle for us to get here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, you can see her hip just dip below parallel there from the side. And here's Katie Roberts for 152.5. Very controlled, as we've seen before.
Oh.
And that gives her the tightness and the strength to keep on driving it up when it gets heavy.
Yeah, and it was, like you said, so controlled and it moved so nicely for a third. Again, it wasn't 100% max energy either. Also a 5 kilo personal best for her, so.
Nice. Susanna Woodhouse now for 157.5.
Now Susanna opened on a 2.5 kilo personal best already.
Training has been going very well indeed.
Bar is loaded. 157.5 kilos. Susanna Woodhouse.
Wow, and for a 20 kilo comp PB, she gets 3 white lights.
And that will only stand till she competes again. She's definitely making lots of improvements.
Absolutely, and coached there by Sam Coombs, who also coaches Ziana. So a strong group, clearly. Just a reminder, we will be going straight through to the next flight of 69 kilo squat, so don't go anywhere because I promise you it's going to be good.
So here's Leila Tamasebi Buldarjin. She missed 160. It was a little bit high, but she also didn't stand it up. So maybe just a bit more confidence under the bar this time. Not quite there today, unfortunately.
No, but a really good fight and a good catch from the spotters and loaders there, keeping all of our lifters safe.
Now we have Ayana Porty-Simpson looking for 170. Now I was just taking a look back at some results from 5 years ago, and this squat would have been at the top of the whole class. Obviously 69s is a new class. But if we look at the 72s, a 170 squat would have had you right at the front of the field. It's amazing how much women's powerlifting has developed in that time.
Absolutely, and actually this is only 15 kilos below the current record for the 69s in the first flight.
Susie Argyle?
It is,
185, yeah. Wow. And you know, I don't think she got that absolutely perfectly right. I think right at the bottom her knees just caved in a little bit. So if she stood that up that quickly and didn't even hit it perfectly, then I have no idea what her potential is.
Yeah, something tells me she's going to be in a different flight next year. Absolutely incredible. And everyone at home, that was just the first flight of lifters. We have so many more exciting squats to come now.
And we saw from yesterday that the B group, we had a lifter was 4th place from the B group, Suzanne Daniels. Sometimes the qualifying total, which is what gives you your placing in the A group or the B group, you may have done your qualifier injured or not at the right time. So it's a difficult balance between getting everyone in the right place, but it's always brilliant to see someone succeed from the B group.
Yeah. We have Gemma Gibson now with 132.5 kilos on the bar.
Another narrow stance lifter. I'm not going to comment on the depth before I see the lights go up. And it's a good job.
Yeah, we can only do the best we can here. The referees have the best seats in the house for it. And from the side you can see the depth.
From the side, absolutely. It's surprising how deceptive camera angles can be if they're low down or wide angle or looking from an odd place. Well, here's Catherine Brennan for 140. These are the remainder of the 69 kilo class. Very deep, very strong.
Yeah, and that is a good lift for Catherine there. 3 white lights.
Next out we have Helen Almond. Now I remember her from Scotland last year, the British Women's last year. She was a surprise bronze medalist. Big deadlift, I remember.
Yeah, she pulled for that podium place and she got it.
Absolutely, yeah.
So definitely a potential contender today.
But I think she was a relatively new lifter at the time, so to pull 200 for the bottom step of the podium there at the British is absolutely phenomenal. Opening with 140 today. Already, excuse me, that's not a PB.
A little hard out the hole, but then as soon as she started standing up,
it just looked a little bit awkward, didn't it?
Yeah, I think I've seen some of her training on Instagram, and I think that she was, for a short period of time, dealing with an injury, which affected her squats. So that could be why it's just down a little bit and feeling a little bit harder, but it was a good opener.
Maura Wiltner from Bethnal Green is out next for 152.5. Now she's a big bencher. Has she been affected by the new rules, do you know?
She didn't actually compete at the British bench, but I believe she also, I spoke to her earlier, was dealing with a bit of an injury, so it's her first time back full power for quite a while, I think.
Just dips in at the bottom. Beautiful squat.
That is a good lift. We like the Nora. 152.5 now for Karen Lai.
Next up, we have a teammate, Karen Lai, for this same weight.
Bar is loaded. 152.5 kilos, Karen Lai.
She competed both classic and equipped at the bench competition. Was it 2 weeks ago, last weekend?
It was not long ago at all.
They're all bunched up at the moment. And a good lift there for Karen. Next out is Rebecca Stace.
Bar is loaded. 155 kilos, Rebecca Stace.
So here's Rebecca for 155 kilos.
I was speaking to her coach earlier. She's been having a very good training block, and I think potentially somebody to watch.
Okay. I'm not familiar. I don't think I've seen a lift before.
No, I think she keeps it quite quiet.
Certainly very strong.
Yeah, she moved that opener wonderfully, and that was 3 white lights.
155 remains on the half of Lauren Cassoli. Laura Best and Tasmin Campbell, get ready.
We have Lauren Cassoni next for the same weight. Again, I don't think I've seen her lift before.
Bar is loaded. 155 kilos.
Northwest lifter by the look of it. Dan Bedford in her corner.
It's definitely a face that we recognise.
Now her best on the platform so far is 160, and she's right up against that, opening with 155.
And it moved pretty well.
It did.
2-to-1 a good lift. She just gets a depth call from the front referee. But let's have a look at that in the replay again. It definitely seems depth from the side.
Yeah, and that's why we've got 3 referees. Everyone gets a different angle.
Now, we have a lot of Scottish lifters to come up in the next few lifts.
Laura Best is out next for 157.5. She just missed the podium last year, so she's going to be looking to improve on that this year. Nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely opener from Laura there.
Green white light for the lift for Laura. Tasmin Campbell now for 160.5. Annie Nelson to follow, and then we're back around to the top with Gemma, Catherine and Helen.
Lovely squat there from Laura.
The next 2 names are definitely ones we're all going to recognise.
Absolutely. So here's Tasmin Campbell, as she says, Scottish lifter. She is the incoming British champion in this weight class. Another big deadlifter.
Currently forecasted first, but I think it's going to be quite a tight race to the end.
A little bit scrappy at the bottom there, but she's certainly strong enough for it.
I think with her face, she knows that it was a little bit at the end, but nonetheless, it moved really, really well.
So here comes Annie Nelson. Now, she won in the 63s, I think, last year. Yeah, she's the incoming 63 kilo champion. but it's always exciting when a lifter goes up a weight class.
172.5 kilos, Annie Nelson.
Yeah, and she has been so strong. She's competed for GB on a few occasions.
She has bronze at the Euros last year.
May I add, this is just, I believe, 12 kilos shy of the current record.
Well, let's see how this one moves. I'm often guilty of trying to think about what a lifter's going to do in 3 squats time, when in reality we need to give them the chance to do this one.
But with it looking like that,
Yeah, very, very controlled.
3 white lights, a good lift. You can't help but get a little bit excited to look ahead like that.
That was a professional looking opener.
142.5 is the weight on the bar.
And that concludes our first opening attempts for this flight of lifters, and will bring us to our second attempts. We are flying through.
We are. We have Gemma Gibson coming out for a 10 kilo increase on her opener, looking for 142.5.
If it's multiple to 25 or 2.5 in kg mass. Don't ask if load of weightlifting bar. Already. Bar is loaded. 142.5 kilos. Gemma Gibson.
Moved very,
That was
very well.
so easy.
Yeah, I think she's got warm, she's got confident now, and she's feeling much more at home on the platform. She did get 1 red for depth on the side.
I'm not seeing where the coloured cards are for the failures.
I believe they're on that screen at the front.
Yeah, I think it's my eyes. I can't quite see where they're coming up.
I'll feed in the colours.
Thank you. Our commentary booth today is at the back of the hall, so I'm squinting at the board a little bit. But here's Helen Ullman for 147.5.
Very controlled there from Helen.
Looks like she's got a fair bit left in the tank there. And next out, it's Catherine Brennan.
This is a 10 kilo jump from Catherine's opener.
Quite a fast descent, but she kept control of it really well.
Yeah, and 3 white lights. As we said before, sometimes it does really pay off for athletes, but you know, there's a definite trade-off that you have.
Moa Wiltner is out next, looking for 157.5. She's taking some quite conservative jumps.
Yeah, but even with the conservative jumps, she's not so far off of her comp PB at the moment of 162.5.
But I know she's going to want to make a podium, and she's going to have to squeeze out every kilo she can, because this is a competitive class today.
It really is, and that moved very nicely, and it was a good lift for 3 white lights for Moa there.
And Karen Light is straight out after for the same weight, 157.5.
Bar is loaded. 157.5 kilos, Karen Lar.
Current British equipped bench champion. She was out in New Zealand for the Commonwealth in December.
Very strong.
Being coached today by Martin Bass, the legend that is.
What a man.
So interesting, we have Lauren Cassoni. She missed her opener and she's gone up.
Now, there's definitely a risk there and there's definitely a reward. How do you feel about going up there?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because if you're in touch in the competition and you're really battling at the front and you miss your opener, then you've got two choices. You go up or you go home. But it's a risky strategy.
Let's see if it pays off. And I don't want to say anything yet, but I think
She's on the board. It paid off. Fantastic.
It looked good, but you never want to jinx that just before the white lights come up.
I've done it myself in a really tight battle. I missed my opener. It's something I've done a few times just through nerves. And my coach said, well, we're going up. And it's really tense as a lifter going out for that, but so satisfying to nail it.
Absolutely, it's do or die.
Rebecca Stace now. Looking for 165. Competed internationally at the World Unis.
Looking very strong today.
Yeah.
She's actually forecasted third at this moment in time.
Really? That's interesting, isn't it?
I said she'd be one to watch out for.
You did, you did.
Bar is loaded. 167.5 kilos.
So, Laura Best. Now for 167.5.
Laura's current best is 165.5, which seems to be a record up in Scotland.
Okay. So a lot of the home nations do keep their own records, so you can have an English record, a Scottish record. So careful at the bottom of the squat.
Yeah, it slowed down, but it didn't. Oh, unfortunately, that is two reds. I think she's just called for depth from the front and the side referee there. But there is one white. They can go to the jury if they do want to. But that is up to the judge. It's up to the coach to judge.
So as a coach, you don't want to go to the jury for every fail lift, especially if it's an obvious fail, because they won't countenance you if you do go with a legitimate call. So here's Tasmin Campbell, 172.5. She's a little bit nervous with her opener, just made a little bit of a technical error, but she was so strong, it didn't slow her down at all.
No, absolutely not. And this is already a 2.5 kilo comp PB for her. She wants every kilo.
And I think she's grabbed a few more.
Yeah, 3 white lights, that's a good lift. I think we were nodding in unison there as she came up.
So Laura Best has, excuse me, I was trying to interpret what the MC was saying there. He's saying there's a jury overturn.
And that was for
Laura Best.
Yes, we were just discussing.
She got 2 reds, didn't she? Yes, so absolutely.
Yeah. So that's an example of going to the jury and that working out for the lifter, as we were talking about.
So here's Annie Nelson now, 182.5. She's only like 3 kilos, 2.5 kilos off the British record now. So Susie Argyle is the record holder. Is she up in the 76s now?
I believe she is,
Yeah.
yeah. So this is Annie's to take, perhaps, on the next. Let's see how this goes.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, but that's a matched comp BB and only 2.5 kilos, like you said, under the record.
Would you put it on? I'd put it on.
You might as well. You need every kilo right now. It's such a tight race. And we can see the score sheet here to see what we're talking about. It is so tight.
It really is. And she's, I think this is going to be head-to-head with Tasmin and Annie. So you have the current champion and the current champion in a different class that are competing against each other now. So that chip, if she chips the record, just puts half a kilo on it instead of the 2.5, then that could be really useful when it comes through to the end of the competition.
Yeah, that might come in very, very handy. And, you know, sometimes, as we saw yesterday, it does come down to body weight. So that chip could be the golden ticket. But we move now on to the third and final attempts of this flight.
And she's done more than she needed to, 186.
Wow.
So she could have done 185.5.
But she wants that lead.
I wonder, what is the total record? She might be setting herself up really well there.
A really well calculated third attempt there for Gemma.
Yep, sorry to talk over Gemma Gibson there. She did her third squat. 3 for 3.
Yeah, really great day for Gemma.
Next out, it's Helen Ullman for 155. I think we're into PB territory for Helen. She did 150 at this competition last year.
And it just shows the standards are forever rising.
Big smile at the top.
Yeah.
I think she's got a competition PB.
And a little dance off the platform. We love to see it.
Catherine Brennan next, 157.5.
This would be a matched comp PB for Catherine. Again, a very new lifter.
That was spot on the money, that. I think that was absolutely, she got every kilo she could out of that squat.
Yeah, without having to push herself too hard and draining herself for the rest of the day. It was a really good call.
We have Moa Viltner out next. Swedish by birth, lives in the UK now, trains at Bethnal Green. Do you know, I was part of the coaching team in Calgary in 2018, and she was lifted as a junior there, and she is an absolute joy to coach.
Oh, yeah?
She's excited for it, she's happy to be there, she's absolutely brilliant.
That's what we love to see.
Yeah, another very well judged third there.
Yeah, a lovely third, 3 white lights, and a great call from big man Martin Bass himself.
I think he's got his hands full today because he's sending out Karen Lai straight afterwards for the same weight, 160.
He's just staying in that position right there at the side all day.
I think this is quite a big PB for Karen. And she looks ready for it. Wow.
Yeah, that is absolutely incredible. She did get a side call for depth there, but 2 white lights and it is on the board. It's from that side you just saw there, which we couldn't really get a good eye for because of the spotters. But she gets the third attempt nonetheless.
So here's Lauren Cassoni. Mr. Opener took the bold move to go up to 160 for her second. She's going to add another 2.5 kilos on it for her third. Yeah, we both hesitated there, a bit unsure, but she did get it 2-1.
Yeah, and that was for a 2.5 kilo comp PB, which was maybe what she was chasing when she was like, I'm going to go up anyway. That's what I came for today, and really good job from Lauren there.
It's a good point, because not everyone in a competition this size can be fighting at the front, but they may be fighting for divisional records or personal bests. And here's Laura Best, 170 on the bar. Now, I thought she'd paused that.
Yeah.
I didn't know if the monitor had frozen.
Yeah, unfortunately a no lift, but yeah, she really took time in the hole there.
And I think that hesitation at the bottom is what killed her momentum. No, she didn't seem. Maybe the camera did lag because she didn't seem to pause it there.
But unfortunately not quite on there. It's such a tight race.
And here is Rebecca Stace for the same weight, 170. As a newer lifter as well, this is a huge squat.
Another one of Scotland's own.
Just 2.5 more than she's done on the platform before.
Really well called there.
Yeah, lovely.
And a scream, and honestly all those kilos are going to be needed when it comes to deadlifts.
And if we were giving out medals for individual lifts, she'd have the bronze for squat there. No, excuse me, Ayana also did 170 in the B group, didn't she?
Yeah, that was a huge squat in the B group. And that's what you were saying before. Sometimes because of the qualifying totals, we do see some anomalies in those B groups.
Tasmin Campbell now for 175, 3 red plates on the bar.
A very big milestone for a lot of lifters.
Wow, she is on form today.
Yeah.
We are going to see this go all the way.
Yeah, and it is going to be, we keep saying, but it really is going to be such a close call right till the end. Tasmin seems to be on form, and let's hope that Annie is as well.
Now, Annie's second at 182.5 was not easy, but this isn't too far away from that. And she's a tough cookie.
She absolutely is, and she is put in for the new British record, 186, which is to extend it by a whole kilo. She didn't just chip it, she went 1 kilo above it. And we've seen Annie grind out some squats before.
But I think there's going to be a significance to going for the extra kilo, not the extra half. I think that may come back at the end. Here we go. This is our first British record attempt of the day. Huge amount of support in the crowd.
Wow! Did you see what I just
missed
saw?
it. I missed it. My monitor lagged. I'm blocked from the audience. I missed the squat, but I can see the celebration, so it must have been a good one.
So let's see that again for all of those that you did miss it. Look at this fight. Wow.
That's well deserved.
Yeah.
Well deserved. So that gives Annie the lead going into the rest of the competition, which is a great place to be.
Yeah, and you did say, I wonder why she took that whole kilo. Is it significant? And I think it might be because Tasman may be egging for that bench record, which is maybe why she's looking to get one over on her.
So
early.
I think that wasn't a mistake. I think there's definite strategy there.
Yeah.
We may not know exactly what it is, but I think that's going to come back at the end of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Tasman currently holds the bench and deadlift record in this category. Annie holds the total record and now the squat record. So, wow, what a day we're in for.
So you've got the scoreboard up there at the moment. It's just gone off the screen. You've got us on the screen instead, which isn't quite as informative. And we're moving into the third flight now, which is the 84 kilo class.
Yeah, and there are some absolutely huge lifts coming up here. As you mentioned before, we have Ziana, we have Temi, Lucy Robinson, who I think is new to the open class.
Yeah, I think so. And we've got Claire Thatcher. Now, I recognise the face, I don't recognise the name, so maybe she's had a name change. 140 on the bar for her opener. Nice, solid.
And that is 2-1, a good lift. Just a call on depth on this side we see the replay on.
And we move on to Bethan Ashton, 147.5 to open.
Beth has a lot of support here, a very smiley lifter, and at All England's last year she had the most incredible last deadlift. It was just in her fingertips.
Really?
It's incredible. Wow.
Puts that beyond any doubt.
Yeah, that was a beautiful opener from Beth there, and 3 white lights.
So Hetty Simpson is out next for 152.5. Big deadlifter. I think we're going to see some real weights moved at the end of this competition. Opening her squat with 152.5.
Yeah, some huge openers here. We've not had one dry session yet. We've been very lucky.
Takes her time, gets composed, and that was very easy.
Yeah, that was a very nice and quick opener there from Hetty.
I think I'd like to see her take quite a big jump up to a second there. That was super easy.
Yeah, and you're better off taking that really safe opener, getting it on the board and taking a slightly bigger jump.
And just settling those nerves. Because no matter how often I go out onto the platform, how many competitions I do, that opening squat is still so nervous. Sian Arterton for 155. She's recently up from the juniors. Nice.
Yeah, another close stance, really nice there from Sian, and 3 white lights.
Jodie Bainer next. I think we commentated on her in the White Lights competition down in Southampton.
I believe we did, yes.
Phenomenal competition that was.
Yeah, really, really well run.
155 on the bar.
A Welsh national, I believe.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Slightly wide stance.
Yeah, 2 to 1 as a call from the depth from the centre, which is hard when they have that wide stance sometimes to be able to tell, because they tend to lean forwards quite a lot. But she opened on a 2.5 kilo PB, to which she only got, like you said, at the White Lights Media Comp in the beginning of the year.
I'm afraid that was overturned. The jury have overturned that. It was no lift for Jodie Bainer. So here's Lucy Robinson, one of 2 Lucy Robinsons we have lifting in British powerlifting at the moment. This one was out in Turkey for the World Juniors last year. Nice and deep, nice and strong.
Yeah, that's how you want an opener to look, really. She did get a depth call on the right-hand side. We can see the side that got that depth call here in the replay.
I think I had the wrong Lucy Robinson. I think it was the other Lucy Robinson that was out in Turkey last year. And now we are up at the pointy end. Here is Temi Nuga for 187.5.
This is a name and a face you would definitely recognise within powerlifting.
187.5 on the bar, and the bar is loaded for Temi Nuga. Come on, team.
So here comes Temi. Coached today by Paul Marsh. Incoming British champion. Very nice.
Yeah, really good opener from Temi there, and 3 white lights.
I think last year she was just coming back from injury, so it'd be great to see what she can do at full strength. And here's Zayana Azariah. She's absolutely taken the world by storm with that phenomenal deadlift.
Yeah, man, she is so strong. It was a 246 kilo deadlift, absolutely huge.
Unbelievable.
And it's not like she's just a deadlift specialist. She is really an all-rounder. Such a strong lifter.
So she has the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting at the moment in the Classic. Excuse me. She's been battling with Errol Love John for that deadlift for the last year. Opening her squat with a massive 195.
Wow.
That was a huge opener.
Yeah, and no doubt about that. There's 3 white lights. Let's see that again. So strong.
Very nice. That sets us up for a great competition today, I think.
Yeah, and that means we're already straight through to the second round of squats. It's really flying by.
It is. 8 lifters in this final flight. So we are spinning around really quickly. It's often the case on the heavier weight classes that the class is smaller, which means the people moving the most weights have the least rest.
Yeah.
So here's Claire Thatcher. She is looking for 147.5. Claire is team push-pull. She's got a big deadlift, big bench.
Oh, Oh, really nice second there from Claire. And I think there's a mistake on the lifting cast. I believe it's Claire Tocher, not Claire Thatcher. So
that makes sense. I knew the lifter, but the name didn't work out for me.
So,
but she's on the board with that squat.
Yeah, a really nice second attempt there from Claire.
Bars loaded. 7.5 kilos for Beth and Ashton.
So here's Beth and Ashton looking to increase her squat by 10 kilos now. 157.5 on the bar.
Yeah, and just 2.5 kilos shy of her comp PB that she got not so long ago in the ST Christmas Classic. Wow.
I think we'll see a new PB from her today.
Yeah, Beth is on form today. Really great job.
Hetty Simpson out next. Again, she's taking a 10 kilo increase up to 162.5.
Bars loaded. 162.5 kilos for Hetty Simpson.
She squatted 165 at the Progress Classic, so she's just coming in with a second, just under her personal best. Looking for a PB attempt for her third. Relatively narrow stance there, very toes forward.
Yeah, and it's 2 to 1, a good lift.
It's a difficult stance to hit depth with, it really is. You need the right hip infrastructure to do it. But that looks okay from that side.
Yeah, and that's the side she got the red from actually, so
right.
It's
now
so quickly.
Jodie, she missed her opening, it was overturned in fact. And she's gone up. She wants to stay in the competition, stay in touch. She's taking the risky move to go up to 162.5. Now we've seen this once already today and it worked out, so let's hope it works out again.
Oh, she got me there in the first half.
She's looking very rueful there.
Yeah, 3 white lights, she gave them no doubt, and
just thought I'll just hang around in the bottom for a while just to make sure.
Can you see this? Can you see this depth now? That's what she said.
Next out, Sian Arterton for 165 to match her current best.
Loaded. 165 kilos, Sian Arterton.
Squatted this weight at the interdivisionals last year, so this should move well.
And the referees say 3 white lights. You see that again on the replay. Lovely seconds there from Sian.
Yeah, it's amazing how different it looks from the side view there, because it looked high to me from the front, but you can see from the side she broke parallel.
Yeah, and it is, especially with that narrow stance. It's either super narrow or super wide. Sometimes it's really hard to tell.
Here's Lucy Robinson now for 167.5. I think I have my Lucy Robinson straight now. This one took the silver medal at the British bench a couple of weeks ago. Or possibly even last week, I'm not sure.
Wow.
It's not slowed her squat down any though.
No, not at all. That was a really nice second attempt from Lucy there.
And we are now up into the huge numbers for Temi Nuga, 197.5. This is more than she's done on the platform in the past. I don't think she's even attempted this weight previously.
Wow, and on her second attempt as well. It's absolutely incredible.
Looks up for the command. Beautiful depth. Wow, what a squat.
So good, so controlled. And still room to go for her third.
That was a beautiful second attempt. That's absolutely phenomenal. I'm excited to see what she does next. But we are not done yet. Here's Zayana Azariah for 205 kilos.
And this is only 3 kilos shy of the current British record, which I believe is held by Erolov.
It is. I think it's a shame Erolov's not here today, because Zayana and Erolov have been battling these deadlift records and various records backwards and forwards for a while.
Yeah, I believe Erolov's going to be competing at the juniors in a few weeks' time.
Oh, wow. Now we are in for a battle here. We have game on.
We really are. Joe, that was so strong.
Absolutely beautiful. Really nice. It is no mean feat to break the 200 kilo barrier.
And
But
make it
there
look like
is,
that.
yeah, no stopping Zayana. Wow, and we're through to the third round of squats already with Claire Tosha, not Claire Thatcher. If you are watching at home, you can get to the live score sheet if you go to liftingcast.com and click on day 3 of the British Classic. It's a real numbers game, powerlifting, and you follow it so much better if you have the numbers. So here's Claire for 152.5. Recently back from taking the bronze medal out at the Commonwealth. No, just a little bit too much today.
Yeah, not quite there. Opting to squat high bar by the looks of it as well, which you don't see all too often. Very high bar.
Yeah, a high bar position puts a lot more stress on the quad rather than the back. It can be very strong. You see, it's more like a weightlifting squat, but there's a tendency to run out of quads halfway up. Here's Bethan Ashton, 165.
This is for a 5 kilo comp PB. Let's go, Beth.
Strong.
Lovely there from Beth. And a huge smile.
Yeah, she's happy with that. Big hugs.
And so she should be. Big hugs for everyone. Let's see that again here. A fantastic PB from Beth there.
Don't get used to it, Chris. All right. Bar is loaded. 170 kilos.
Here's Hetty Simpson, 170 on the bar.
Another 5 kilo PB for this lifter. Currently sat in 4th position.
They are tightly bunched up, aren't they? Those three
yeah.
taking 170, one at 175. Little bit of a wobble on the way up.
But that is a good lift, and I think a really good call there from her and her coach.
Standard of lifting today has been phenomenal. Not just the weights moved, but the technique. We're not seeing a lot of technical failures.
Yeah, I think we've seen that a lot over this championships, that, you know, technique and strength is just on the up. It is incredible.
Sean Arterton now for 170. This is a PB for her.
Wow.
Yeah, that was our P10, wasn't it? No, not much more would have gone there at all.
3 white lights. It was so controlled the whole way, though. And like you said before, no form breakdown, really.
And when your positioning is so good, you can just keep pushing. Jodie Boehner now.
This would be for a huge PB. Her old comp PB that she got in January was 152.5 kilos.
So she started off ahead of her own PB. Missed it and went up. That takes some nerve, it really does.
And it paid off. Excellent to see.
This will put her in a great position heading into the rest of the competition. Oh no, her right knee just bent under.
Yeah, unfortunately, you'll probably be able to see that in the replay. Very well to stay maintained in that position for as long as she did after that, but man,
I
that
think
hurt
so.
my knee.
Once her knee popped in there, yeah, I think she did well to just let the spotters take it, because she might have done herself a mischief pushing
Yeah.
through that.
I mean, it hurt just to watch.
Lucy Robinson now for 175. 3 squats left of the morning session. What a drive!
That was a fantastic fight there from Lucy.
Ground to a halt, but she got that moving again and got it all the way to the top. Brilliant lifting.
And the most impressive thing was, you know, she did not allow that bar to move downwards at all. It continued to move up.
You know, I'm giving out medals for individual lifts at this one. She's having the bronze for the squat for that. A notional bronze medal for squat.
That number there next to Ziana is not a multiple of 2.5. You know what I'm saying?
Next out is Temi Nuga for 202.5 for a massive personal best.
Yeah.
202.5 kilos and Temi to beat Nuga. Go on, Temi!
I think she's good for it. She looks so strong with her second.
Yeah, she seems to be on form today.
Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, I thought she'd got that moving.
Yeah,
I thought it was going.
I really thought she had that as well. Unlucky, but such a fantastic effort there from Temi.
But we know she's such a fantastic deadlifter. So we'll see what she can carry right into the rest of the competition. And now we have our final squat of the morning. Ziana Azariah for a new British record at 210.5.
Yeah, she didn't just want to chip it. She wanted there to be no doubt. And it's currently 208, and she said, give me 210.5.
I think this is going to be strategic again. I think she's going to be lining herself up. She has the total record, 553.5. I think she's got a plan. She wants the, she told me earlier she'd take the international A total with her opening deadlift. So she's come with a plan.
We love to see it.
Come on, Dave. What do you got?
So this will take the 84 kilo squat record from Errol of John. Hope she's watching at home. But 205 was so strong. Confident, strong walkout.
Wow. Can you believe that was a national record?
Do you know, there are times when I wish we did 4th attempts.
I know.
I'd love to say, no, go out again, do 215.
Let's see
'cause
what
that
you've really
was
got.
So easy.
Really well done to Ziana there. And yeah, like you said, she's gunning for that
She's
A total.
nowhere near her limit there.
Absolutely. And just a reminder that A total for the 84s is 530 kilos.
And her own British record is 553.5.
So I think it's safe to say
I think she's going to get it. I think she is.
Yeah, absolutely. And that finishes us up for squats this morning.
We will come back and we will have the bench press in 10 minutes. The score sheet is there for you in a minute. Go to liftingcast.com and follow that live. It really enhances the experience.
See you then.
We are live at the Eleiko British Classic Championships, sponsored by SBD, Unified Strength Methods and Union Jacked, all of whom have stalls here today. So if you are on site, go and get yourself an event t-shirt or a woolly hat or whatever else you need to keep warm today.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you saw before, we are going through 3 flights here. You can see them up on the board. We have 2 flights of 69s and a flight of 84 kilo women, and it's been nothing short of exciting for squats.
Yeah, we saw the 69 kilo squat record go, and then we saw the 84 kilo squat record go.
And I've heard rumours that, you know, there are some people going for more records across bench as well.
Which will be fantastic. And you get a little bit of variety there. Quite often your biggest squatter isn't your biggest bencher, so we have new people coming to the fore.
And here we are starting off with our opening attempts.
I think we... Has the lifter been called to the bar? It's a little bit difficult to... we're... Actually, I can't see the lifter on the platform at all. So there we go. That is Claire Eaton with a successful attempt at 62.5.
Yeah, that was lovely and quick. Before we sorted ourselves out, she managed to get on, get the bench done and get off.
Well, I was looking at the platform, not realising that she'd actually made it onto the bench, and I just couldn't see because of the sea of heads in front of me. Emma Williams next out for 65. Had a good day on squats. She got all 3 of her squats in.
And she's opening just 2.5 kilos shy of her current best competition bench. In an ideal world, especially with bench, openers are going to be pretty boring on the commentary side of things because they're just going to be easy, hopefully.
Well, you were setting me up there to say that classic bench is quite boring anyway, weren't you? I'm not going to say it. We know it's true. And here's Emma Williams for 65.
And lightning speed. Let's see it again here.
Now, there were quite a lot of failures. While I was watching the live stream yesterday, there were quite a lot of failures on elbow depth, which is disappointing. I don't think it's great for the fans, really.
Yeah, we've had a few centre ref calls from it, and a couple where, you know, it's been a centre and a side. But hopefully you don't really see any of that today. It's not affected too many people.
Yeah, it's not great from a spectator perspective when there's more technical fails, you know, on what looks like a good lift. But I don't think there's any technical fails there at all for Ayanna Porteous-Simpson.
Something tells me she's going to be a good deadlifter.
Again, I can't see the colour of the failures, so it's a bit hard to interpret exactly what's happening. All I can see is it's either red or white. Usually we have the coloured cards to indicate what type of failure it is.
We'll try and get someone more technical than us to try and sort that out for us. Ellie Baker now with 70 kilos on the bar for her opening attempt. Again, just 2.5 kilos under her comp best. We're seeing a lot of people opening or with their seconds, either matching or exceeding their comp PBs.
Well, this is the competition of the year for a lot of people. This is the big one, the jewel in the crown of the calendar. That was a lovely 70 kilo for Ellie Baker. And next out, it is Layla Tamasebi.
Bar is loaded. 75 kilos.
Caught up with her in the break, and she said the third name relates to the region she's from, so it's fine for her to say Layla Tamasebi.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I thought so. And she's opening her bench with 75. Didn't have the best day on squat, only got her opener in. And she's setting up quite a big arch there, so hopefully she can get her elbows to depth, which is a new thing we've got this year. Now, that did look good to me.
Yeah, even from the side, that looked good. And we have 3 white lights. Interestingly enough, you do still see some quite extreme arches, and they managed to still get that elbow depth.
Yeah, there's people that are doing a lot of internal rotation at the shoulder to get that depth, which is very unhealthy for the rotator cuff, so it's not a great thing to see. But it is the rule we've got now, like it or lump it.
There's always a loophole, and that appears to be it.
Here's Susanna Woodhouse for 75 again. A time was then a red plate on your bench was a big deal in female raw powerlifting, but it seems to be the standard now.
Very close grip from Susanna there.
I wonder if that is in response to the elbow rule. Because it's one of the things you can do, isn't it? Bring it in closer and you go deeper.
Man, she must have some triceps on her.
I think so, yeah. Strong opener. Beata Patenyi now for 75 as well. It's gone from being an aim, an ambition to get a red plate bench to a standard opener in a middleweight class.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Although still a huge milestone for so many lifters. I think everyone remembers when they get that first new plate on.
Easy.
Yeah, really nice there. 3 white lights, quite a lot of tucking in her bench.
75 kilos will be out there. Christina Kielbeck now 85 kilos to her. Alexandra and Ellen to get ready. Bar is loaded. 85 kilos for Christina Kielbeck.
So here's Christina Keir Bennett, opening with 85. That's a big opener for a relatively new lifter.
Yeah, like you said, the standard of not just benching but all of the lifting at the moment in the women's classes is so incredibly high.
Relatively narrow there, that bar had to travel quite a long way.
Good lift for Christina. 85 remaining for Mark Alexander Henry. Ellen Roberts and Katie Roberts to get ready. Bar is loaded.
And here's Alexandra Henry for the same weight, 85.
And this is a 2.5 kilo comp PB just on her
Oh,
opener.
really?
It's amazing.
A little bit bouncy on the chest, hopefully won't get penalised for that.
3 white lights, absolutely fine. And would you believe me if I told you that she got 82.5 only in February?
Wow. Bench is clearly flying.
90 kilos, Ellen Roberts.
Ellen Roberts now for 90. We are slamming those kilos on really quickly now. Jake Downs, donut barbell in her corner today.
And it moved very well. 2 to 1. I'm going to guess that was on elbow depth because I think that's the closest we've got.
I think so. We unfortunately, with the replay being from the side here, that catches up things like butt lift, but it's harder to see the elbows.
Yeah. We're just, doing the best we can at this point without the colours, so our guess is as good as yours. Now, we knew Katie was going to have a big bench on her, and here she is opening at 102.5.
That is huge.
In the first flight of lifters as well, may I remind you.
Self handoff, you see this more and more, I think. It gives you some consistency. It takes 20 kilos off the top of my bench if I don't get a handoff.
So strong.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, especially if I find myself in a gym that doesn't have a comp rack,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm often too short to reach the right rack height. Some really lovely openers from the girls here, and I think that concludes all of them. So everybody managed to get an opener in, and we're straight through to the second attempt. So everybody has secured a total thus far, which is fantastic to see.
And we are back to the top for Claire Eaton for 67.5.
I think we're just having some technical issues on the platform now, so we're just going to have a bit more opportunity to look at this score sheet now.
Bar is loaded.
Never mind, the bar has been loaded. I teased you there, sorry about that.
We can take a look when we get to the other end. This is Claire Eaton for 67.5. And as you were alluding to there, we have some big benches coming up, even in the second round of the B group. We have 2 benches over 100.
Really strong. And that bar path is actually something that's quite common, you know, when you do have such a close grip.
Emma Williams is looking for 70. She's gone up 5 from her opener. It's a fairly standard jump, isn't it? Go up 5, go up 2.5.
Yeah, it's, especially in this kind of mid-weight class, it's a pretty standard jump.
Nice and strong there. See no reason why she shouldn't get another couple of kilos for a third.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people just really do like having those even jumps to make it feel a bit more standardized.
Bar is loaded. 72.5 kilos.
Ellie Baker now. Now she's taken quite a conservative 2.5 kilo jump. It's something I've done in the past, to be honest, when I'm never really sure where my bench is going to end up at. So I go in quite high and then just take very small jumps.
It's quite a good place on your second attempt to gauge where you were at, maybe a bit better than your first. Which is why sometimes people do wish for that fourth attempt that doesn't exist.
Flares very early. It's a style that you see on a lot of lifters that have longer arms, but it does mean there's a tendency to run out of power not far off the chest. Well, she flared straight away off the chest there.
Yeah, it is a good lift, but I think it probably was actually also a good jump for her as well.
Yeah, I think so. As an equipped bencher, I tend to employ a lot of tuck and not much flare at all. It carries over to my raw bench. And here's Ayana Porteous-Simpson for 75.
Wow.
Yeah, a little bit left there, I think. I wouldn't be surprised to see her take a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with that either. She's not really messing around. She's just here to get the kilos.
Beata Peteni for 77.5. Yeah, another small jump, just 2.5 kilos up. She struggled a bit on squat though, so maybe she's just looking to squeeze whatever she can out. and I think that was wise.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard, but you know, not 100% maximal effort. So a good jump for her there.
Leila Tamasebi for 80.
A lot of support here in the crowd for Leila.
Nice and easy.
And that is 3 white lights, a good lift for Leila. Seeing quite a lot of people opt for no wrist straps this championships.
Yeah, it's not. It's something I find a bit confusing. I get really sore wrists if I don't use my wrist wraps. But possibly being in my 50s might have something to do with that.
No, I'm right there with you.
So here's Susanna Woodhouse with that narrow grip. You see, it's so narrow there. Her hands were inside her plane of motion.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were saying last time, that bar path is so difficult to keep straight when you're so narrow. I mean, I'm sure we've all been there where we've done close grips so narrow that this feels so alien.
So that was no lift, but she gets another attempt at that. And we have Christina Keogh-Bennett for 90. Yeah, nice and strong.
Yeah, really nice. And that was pure strength, really. It was quite a close grip, no arch. It was just pure grit and strength.
Alexandra Henry now for 90 kilos. Gone up 5 kilos from her opener.
Yeah, and I believe her opener was a personal best on the competition platform as well.
So she's having a good day today.
Yeah, her squats went really well as well.
I'm just looking at the way she was setting up there. I wonder if she was a lifter that put her feet on the bench to set up.
You're inside my mind, honestly, taking the words out of my mouth.
That was a little bit difficult off the chest, but it went up nonetheless. But we have the colour failures now.
Yeah.
So we can see that that was yellow cars. Did she jump it?
I think there's
butt.
clear daylight under her.
So the
arm
head,
there.
shoulders and butt must stay in contact with the bench.
Yeah, unfortunately, a no lift there for Alexandra.
It's a difficult line to walk between lots of leg drive and your bum coming up. And also if you don't train on a bench that's exactly the right height, I mean, she may be able to do that on her own bench and her butt stays down. So here's Ellen Roberts. We are north of 100 kilos, 102.5 on the bar.
And also a 12.5 kilo jump is huge.
That is massive. Oh, that left arm finally joined the party.
Wow.
It was lagging a little.
And she gets 2-to-1 no lift. She
Now
gets
we have a red and a blue. A red from the centre referee is elbows, but a blue from the side is...
downwards movement, which...
Yeah, it probably is downward movement, not lockout.
Yeah, you can lock your arms out one at a time as long as there's no downward movement on either side of the bar. It was a huge jump. She skipped straight past her PB of 95, but the strength is there.
Now, I would have gone to the jury there, because if the two reds are for different reasons, I think that was worth a challenge, but I can't see anyone over there. So that was no lift for Ellen. She's going to try that again. And here's Katie Roberts for a massive 107.5.
Sometimes when a lifter is a little newer as well, they may not know to go to the jury as well.
Wow. Great lift there for Katie. That's a very good point, especially if you're at your first British. You've probably never done a competition before where there was a jury. And if you're just being helped by your friend or you don't have a professional coach, then they may not know to go either. At any rate, she'll get another try at it. And we are through to the third round of bench in the first flight of 69 kilo lifters. Claire Eaton is looking to round out her bench with 70.
Wow.
Solid lift there for Claire. I think that gives her 6 for 6.
Yeah, a really nice third attempt and leaving a lot of energy left for deadlifts there. Also a PB. So,
It's a full set, really.
yeah. It's a royal flush.
Emma Williams next for 72.5.
The bars loaded. 72.5 kilos for Emma Williams. Stand attack select, you can move it, stand attack.
Just a little bit of resistance through the sticking point there, but she got it to the top.
Yeah, and I think that 2.5 kilo jump was great. And it seems like it means a lot to her. I think it was a 5 kilo PB.
May well be a divisional record.
Yeah, and there are loads of different goals that lifters are coming in for today. You know, not everyone, like you said, can fight for the platform. So that's why we like to shout out the PBs and announce maybe the different goals that they could be going for.
Here's Ellie Baker for 75. This will be her first red plate bench. She
big
tried it
milestone.
before last year. Didn't quite go that day, but she's looking good today. No, unfortunately, that bogey weight is not going today.
Hopefully next time she's looking like she's ever so quickly gaining strength.
But it's a big jump on bench for natty women, 2.5 kilos. You know, if you get to 72.5, it is a long way to go up to 75. Ayanna Patea Simpson now, she had the big squat. She squatted 170. And she was looking good with a second bench of 75. This is 80.
Really nice third there from Ayanna.
And that's a 10 kilo PB on the platform.
Wow.
Wouldn't we all like 10 kilos on her bench?
She's having an absolutely fantastic day as well.
Next out is Susanna Woodhouse. Now she missed this last time.
I believe this is the lifter with the extreme close grip that we saw
Yeah,
earlier.
went offline, couldn't really get it going again.
Wow.
It was easy enough this time.
Regained that path very well. And she gets that 80 kilos on the score sheet for.
So there we are. That's a replay of that successful bench. And we have Beata Patenyi for the same weight already on the platform. Platform crew moving really quickly today. We have a lot of lifters to get through. I think we had 58 scheduled for today. Not sure how many no-shows we had. I don't think there was many. I think most of the lifters are here. And she's hit a wall. It's just not quite going to go.
Yeah, like you said, 2.5 kilos is the smallest amount you can jump, but for a lot of these lifters at this size bench, you know, that's a big percentage.
Yeah, it is. It's massive. Next out, we have Layla Tamasebi for 85. We said she might take a 5 kilo jump, and she has.
Yeah, she definitely looked good for it.
Did she just lift her butt right at the end of the lift there?
No, guys, a 3 white lights.
Fantastic.
Lift.
Gave me a bit of a worry then, halfway up.
We can see it better from this angle here. There's some hip movement, but no.
There was,
no
but
glute.
as long as you leave some butt on the bench, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and with the new rule as well, it has to be, you know, a certain amount of the glute.
Well, I think that's not clear, because that's a starting position that's given in a picture but not words in the rule book.
I think it's a judgment call a lot of the
does
time.
that have to be maintained throughout the lift? It is not clear. 90 kilos on the bar now for Alexandra Henry. Second attempt at this weight.
Wow. A lot of people coming out, moving the third a lot better than they moved their second.
Yeah. And she's on the board, 3 white lights.
And that was for a 7.5 kilo comp PB.
Christina Keogh Bennett now for 95. 5 kilo jump from a second.
All there is. 95 kilos. Christina Keogh Bennett. No more changes needed. You picked it, you lifted.
Wow.
That's probably the longest range of motion we've seen so far, and a good lift.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Probably a longer range of motion than we'll see on some of the men as well.
So next out, Ellen Roberts. This is 102.5. She missed this last time on. She had one call on elbows and one call on downward movement. So I think she's capable of this. I think she can do it.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot of people come out and get that third.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tough one, but that looks loads better.
Let's see what the referees have to say. 2-1, a good lift. She just gets a call on elbow depth there from the centre referee.
So there's a chance that the jury may get involved, so I'm just trying to stay aware for that. But it looks like we're good.
Yeah, they don't seem to be chit-chattering over there.
So, last lift of the first flight of 69s is Katie Roberts for a massive 110 kilos. And it speaks to the standard of lifting in this class that we're still nowhere near the British record.
Absolutely insane. You have to think as well, a lot of these lifters probably had to adjust their bench quite a lot.
For me, my elbows, well, righty is a bit of a problem, but my elbows aren't too bad. But setting up in a bench shirt without putting your feet on the bench, I still have no idea how you do that. Absolutely none. So I am retired from powerlifting as of this year, because I can't get a bench in. But here's Katie Roberts for 110, and that is not going today.
But she does walk away with a huge 107.5 kilo bench. And I think Katie probably was one of those lifters massively affected by the rule. Yeah. You will be sorely missed, and I hope that you will be in powerlifting.
Not this year for sure.
But very soon, I hope.
Might figure it out in the long term.
To be confirmed.
So we are through now to the second flight of 69s. And Laura Best is going to lead us out with 70 kilos.
And already there you could see on the score sheet some absolutely huge openers from the rest of the 69s here.
Slow off the chest for Laura, but it accelerated as it went.
Yeah, and that's a good lift. What we can see with a lot of the openers is, you know, how they tend to bench, their technique, and if their, you know, elbow depth is something we're going to have to worry about for the rest of the lifts.
Gemma Gibson now for the same weight, 70 kilos. Oh, so easy.
Wow, really how you want your opener to move.
Yeah, that'll give her a lot of confidence now.
And you'd think that now she can make a slightly bigger jump perhaps.
Definitely at least 5. I wouldn't be surprised if 7.5 goes on.
Yeah.
Lauren Cassoni for 75. Not far off her best already.
Yeah.
77.5.
We mentioned that earlier, you know, a lot of people opening or breaking their current PB either on their opener or their second attempts, which is phenomenal to see.
She looked a lot like she dropped it at the bottom, just seemed to really hit her chest with a bang. But she had no trouble returning that to arm's length. And we have Catherine Brennan out next for 77.5.
Another relatively new lifter and opening not too far away from her current best of 82.5. Wow.
Comfortable?
Yeah, and that is a good lift for Catherine then.
Helen Almond is out next for 80 kilos. Now she set a bit of a pattern at her last couple of competitions, benching 80, 85, missing 87.5, so let's see if she can nail it this time.
Often a number just becomes a bit of a scary booger more than anything else.
And once you're benching 85 regularly in competition, there's nothing else to do but just keep trying 87.5. It'll go one day. No, that was tough for an opener.
Yeah, I think her face says that, you know, maybe that was a little tougher than she expected,
Yeah.
but if she knows that she's had trouble with bench in the past, maybe it is at the forefront of her mind. But she gets it on the board nonetheless.
I would maybe take a conservative jump there. I might just go for 2.5. It's often something not clearly understood if you haven't competed, that the best you've done in the gym might not be available on the day. You're in a different environment, probably different parts of the country, if not the world, and you're warming up on different equipment. Everything is high stress. So you don't always, in fact often don't, match your gym PBs on the platform. Karen Lai, 90 kilos, looking very easy.
Yeah, Karen is an excellent bencher, and that looked really, really easy.
Next out is Moa Viltner.
And we know Mo is a good bencher.
We do. She's going to pull ahead of Karen with this opening bench of 95.
Do you know if Mo was affected too much by the bench rule?
I'm trying to think. It's not something I've had to look for. And I don't remember from Kazakhstan last year. She did have quite a high arch, so be interesting to see how she's managed to adjust. That's quite a high arch she's set as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Unfortunately, we cut away from the centre shot, so I'm not sure what they're going to make of that, but it's absolutely fine.
This is kind of what we were saying earlier. Some people maintained that huge arch and managed to get that elbow depth, and you know that moved so well. It was 15 kilos shy of her best ever, which is 110.
And here's Rebecca Stace for 95.
Forecasted third still at the moment.
Wow. Doing really well to be fighting at the front of the first British Championship.
Wow. You just feel comfortable watching some lifters because she made that look so easy.
Yeah. Through to the pointy end now, and here's Annie Nelson for 100.
Yeah, Annie's bench has absolutely flown the last year. I know it was something that she was, you know, a bit concerned about a year ago, but it's been doing
Moving
so well.
up a weight class does wonders for your bench. It's one of the lifts that is really most heavily affected by weight gain or loss.
This is 10 kilos below her best, which she achieved at Arnold's last year. Just narrowly missing 112 at Euros in Poland.
That was a great competition, the Arnold. It was fantastic. Probably the best single session of powerlifting I've ever commentated on.
Wow.
Strong for Annie.
Yeah, Annie is having a great day. She really is on form today. But chasing her tail very closely. We have the reigning 69 kilo champion.
And the record holder in bench.
See the score sheet up here, and the final opener to follow, you can see, is Tasmin, which is not too shy of her own record.
Yeah. Opening your bench with 112.5. Wow.
Just opting for a handout there.
Very strong.
And 3 white lights. What a way to open up her bench. And
So that's great. No one has fallen foul of elbows. And we're through to the second round with Laura Best for 72.5.
those following at home on lifting cast, I'm sure your eyes are glued to the screen to see what Tasman's putting in. So are ours.
Now that's odd, isn't it? 117.5. Now what that says to me is that she's very, very confident that she's going to go for 120 afterwards.
Yeah, and she definitely doesn't want to miss any kilos on that attempt either.
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, it's very close.
But this is Laura for 72.5. And it's a grinder, but I think she's got it.
Yeah, and that is a good lift for Laura. You did say on her opener it looked a little bit tricky. So I think a 2.5 kilo jump was the right one to make and definitely paid off.
Gemma Gibson out next. She's taken a bigger jump. She's gone to 75 from a 70 kilo opener.
Following 75 kilo Gemma Gibson.
Very speedy.
Yeah, really fast.
Very quick on the descent as well.
Nice, 3 white lights and a good lift.
That's a good
I
lift.
don't think that looked any different to her opener, really.
No, it was extremely speedy.
80 goes on about now from
Lauren Cassoni, 80 for her second.
is loaded.
Already over her competition best of 77.5 for her second attempt.
That's a real shame. I think she didn't have a lot of speed off the chest, so when it ground to a halt, sometimes you just want to get enough pop off the chest to drive it through that sticking point. It's easier said than done, especially with 80 kilos in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really nice to see as well. You can see Tara Piggott there, spotting loading, who competed yesterday, you know, giving back to the sport in all sorts of ways.
Catherine Brennan now is looking for 82.5 to push on her bench. Matches her best. Lost its way a little on the way down, didn't it? I'm surprised she was that was so easy on the way back up.
Yeah, that is a good lift. I was worried that she tapped her foot here, but I think it might have just been a...
Yeah, you're allowed to, yeah. Your feet are allowed to move laterally, but they shouldn't lift.
I think the heels stayed on, which probably kept her safe. But I can literally see from across the room, you know, so it's not for me to call. It was my mistake to make.
Now here's Helen Almond. Her opener did look tough, so she's responded, she's reacted to that, and she's gone for the minimum increase, 82.5. And this is really important to respond to what's going on the day. Really doesn't matter what you did in the gym last week. What is available to you today is the crucial thing. Yeah.
You could see her arms shaking on the way down there, unfortunately. I think maybe she's got in her head a little bit.
Maybe so. I don't think she's had a difficult cut. She came in at 67.7, so she had decent clearance there. Caroline next for 95.
95 kilos.
And her opener was very, very comfortable.
It was lovely. Great lift there for Karen.
Yeah, only a really, really small sticking point and something that she made, again, look very controlled and easy in her hands.
And Annie Nelson to get ready.
Moa Viltner for 100. She's always smiling coming out on the platform.
It makes you feel very comfortable watching lifter when they're enjoying themselves. It's great to see.
We do forget the stress of the moment is such that we do forget to enjoy it sometimes.
Moa's done incredibly well to keep that high arch and maintain depth.
Well, she's got relatively long arms, so that bar is moving a fair way. And that's 100 from Moa.
Yeah, making it move like an empty bar as well.
Rebecca Stace is out next for the same weight.
Rebecca Stace, the dark horse of the competition.
Really, really was. Not seen her lift before. She's been hiding away up in Scotland.
69 kilo class full of, you know, Scottish front runners.
Nice.
Yeah, a little slower for the chest, but then as soon as she got past that, it was very speedy on the lockout. Very good from Rebecca there.
So Annie Nelson now for 105.
Another contender for the podium, currently forecasted second place. All the kilos here count.
I'm surprised by, on forecasted totals, I'm surprised how far behind Tasmin she is. But we know Tasmin has got that massive deadlift as well as the big bench. So Annie's going to need to squeeze out every kilo she can here. She's looking like she's getting to the top of her range though, so I wouldn't expect to see any more than 107 go on.
Yeah, it's not her max. She has benched 110 before, but it's not a risk working losing kilos at this point.
No, absolutely. You don't leave anything behind at all.
So this was a choice that you spoke about before. Tasmin not taking the chip yet, going for 117.5.
I think it might have been a different decision if it hadn't been her record already.
Yeah. Just to remind you at home, the current record is 118, so just 0.5 of a kilo above this, and it does belong to Tasmin.
Still, would have been a useful chip.
And it would have been there.
Yeah, I think so.
So now she has the choice, obviously, to take that chip on her third, and it's important to remember Annie has that kilo chip on her squat at the moment. And then deadlift's anyone's game.
That's how we like it, though. That's how it should be. So we're through to the third round of bench now with Laura Best for 75 kilos.
The bar is loaded. 75 kilos. Laura Best.
Nope, that's going nowhere.
Just a little bit too much for Laura there today, but
She left nothing behind. She got 72.5.
yeah, she didn't lose too much on that final bench there, which is the good news.
Lauren Cassoni for her second attempt at 80. I think it was a high sticking point, wasn't it? It failed quite high up.
Yeah, I believe so. It still will be a 2.5 comp PB if she manages to get this. That looked better to me.
Yeah, I think she's got that.
3 white lights. Yeah, that is a good lift, and 80 kilos on the board now for Lauren.
Some useful kilos there. And Gemma Gibson is following her out once again for the same weight, 80 kilos.
Gemma's been competing for 7 years. And has made lots of big gains since then.
Oh, that's such a shame. I thought that was on its way.
Yeah, great catch from the spotters and loaders there. It just tipped forwards, unfortunately. You can see that here.
Came off the chest well, but just went offline.
Yeah.
So here's Helen Ullman. She's going to have another try at 82.5. I mean, it didn't come off the chest last time. So good spirited to come out and try it again. I might have just taken the time to go and warm my deadlift up.
It might have lit a real big fire under her belly though.
In fact, I think at the British bench a couple of years ago, I failed my second, and by the time they called me to my third, I was in the audience with a beer. Not so for Helen Ullman. She's going to have another try at this weight. And it was better, but not quite.
Yeah, I did think she had that one, but unfortunately not quite there today. But we know she's a big deadlifter, and that's yet to come.
Catherine Brennan, 85. Quick look at the score sheet there. We are steaming our way through the first flight of 69. Excuse me, this is the second flight of 69s. And then we have the 84s still to come.
Yeah, and that is straight through afterwards, so make sure you don't go anywhere. She matched her best on her second, and this would be to extend that by 2.5 kilos. It was a good fight, but not quite there today. I think her bum came up and she went, oh, no, I'm going to give up now.
I think it did. As you start to struggle, the body tries to recruit everything it can to help you out, and the bum comes up, and it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, when you know you're holding that much weight above your face, your body's like, let's just make sure we get that away from our face.
Karen Lyford, 97.5. She's looking strong today.
Yeah, Karen is having a fantastic day so far.
Not quite, unfortunately, but that does leave her with the best of 95.
Yeah, still a really, really strong bench. I think it just was a bit heavy on the chest there for her. Really great effort, though.
Rebecca Stace for 102.5.
And she's holding on to that forecasted third
Yeah.
position nicely.
Yeah, it's very impressive to see.
We're currently looking at an all-Scottish podium.
Oh, really? I hadn't even spotted that. Yeah. I think we'd have to see some significant upset on deadlift to not have that all Scottish podium. 102.5 on the bar.
This would be also for a 2.5 kilo PB, but the kilos are going to be needed as well.
Good lift there for Rebecca, and some 2.5 crucial kilos going on her total.
Yeah, absolutely. She could have risked 105, but it wasn't worth it for where she's sitting. Really great third attempt there.
I can see Moa waiting to come out for a third bench. Big smile on her face. Looking like she can't wait to get out there and attack it. 105 kilos.
We know she loves bench as well.
Oh, it's a grinder and it's not going. That's a shame. I wonder if she's going to regret not taking a more conservative jump.
Big smile on her face nonetheless. I don't think we expected anything else.
So Annie Nelson's going to have a go at 107.5. She got this at the Europeans last year.
Yeah, I think this is the call you predicted, and I think it's the sensible one. She needs those kilos to be able to fight Tasmin for that first position.
And I think it's going.
Wow. Excellent decision from Annie and her coach there.
Yeah, really well picked.
She's pretty happy with that as well, and so she should be. A nod of acknowledgement from Henry Tosh, head coach there.
So we have the last bench press in the 69 kilo class, and that is Tasmin Campbell. She's looking to extend her own British record by half a kilo.
Now these chips are going to really, really count. And so it's not only to extend her own British record currently, but to push all the way to the end.
Yeah, records are great, but what's important is winning.
Yeah.
So this is a crucial strategic chip. It's a British record attempt. And it's a massive weight on the bar, 118.5 kilos.
Wow.
And that's a new British record going home to Scotland.
That is absolutely fantastic. A huge effort from
That's
Tasmin
a
there.
great way to finish up the bench section of the 76s. And here is the score sheet. We can't see the forecasted totals, unfortunately. But we can tell you that Tasmin is forecasted to be in the front with Annie Nelson second and Rebecca stays third. Moa Viltner, I think, is projected fourth place.
Don't go anywhere. We are straight through to the 84 kilo women benches now. And I know that we have some big benches here as well. Just ahead of that, I will let you guys know the current bench press record for the 84s. And that is 122.5, held by Christina Appleby Phillips. And that is standing since
I was
2019.
about to say I haven't seen her lift since post-COVID.
Yeah, that is a long-standing bench
Yeah.
record.
I could be wrong, actually.
And we are kicking off the opening attempts here with Beth Ashton. For 75 kilos. Wonderful red plates. A wonderful lifter.
Yeah, Christina Phillips, she did come back after... Oh, no, excuse me. The last one was the Women's British Classic, which was just as we locked down. But that was easy opener there for Beth and Ashton.
Yeah, she really is on good form today. Let's have a look at that again.
Next out is Jodie Bainan. She didn't have a great time on squats. She only got one squat in. Let's hope that bench goes a little better. Smaller group with the 84s. We've got 8 lifters in class, so this will run through a little bit quicker than the 76 kilo class.
Yeah, it gives the lifters a little less of a break in between as well.
Easy. Nice.
Yeah, that is 3 white lights for Jodie, and a better start for bench than she had for squats.
Lucy Robinson is out next. We know she's a bit of a bench specialist. She was out at the British Classic bench 2 weeks ago. She took the silver medal that day with 95, opening with 85 today.
Another setup which makes you question whether she potentially put her feet up on the bench before the rule change.
Nice. Nice and easy. Of course, it's not a difficult adjustment to make in raw. In equipped, it is a very difficult thing to change how you set up without the shirt slipping out of position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hetty Simpson now for 87.5.
Opening again, just 2.5 kilos shy of her best bench. But she's managed to hit this a couple of times in competition.
She's been plugging away at 92.5 for a while. Could be the day she gets it. Easy.
Yeah, really nice opener for Hetty there, and fingers crossed she eludes at 92.5 kilos today.
Next out is Ziana Azariah for 95.
An absolutely well-rounded lifter. She's just so strong in every lift. You see Temi there waiting to come on for her bench as well.
Nice close-up of her knee there for some reason. Here's Ziana. She's a little bit late to the platform, but she's still got 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, only really a problem if somebody has a pretty extensive setup, but...
Or unless the referees aren't happy with your setup, which does happen occasionally. Not with a lifter of this magnitude, though.
Yeah.
Easy. That's a very nice opening bench.
Yeah, really nice from Tiana there. And, you know, her best in competition is currently 100 kilos. She's never tried heavier than that in comp, so you might see that from her today.
I think we will today.
Yeah.
Claire Toker, not Thatcher. I believe she's getting a few laughs at home from having her name put up as Thatcher. A lot of Iron Lady memes circulating Scotland at the moment.
If there weren't, there are now.
So this is 95 kilos. You know, she's got a good bench. Strong.
Yeah, really nice bench from Claire there.
Now, next out we have Sean Arterton for a massive 100 kilos for her opener.
It's absolutely incredible that we see multiple women opening above 100 kilos in their opening attempt in Raw as well.
Yeah. Self lift off. Takes a little while to get the start command, just till she gets her butt down and gets her start position perfect. And that's a strong opener.
Green light lights for the good lift. The Sharn, 105 on the mile now for Teddy.
Last lifter to open their bench is Temi Nuga with 105.
Yeah, an absolutely mammoth opener, and her current comp best is 110. So, you know, I keep saying it, but they are really opening so close to their comp bests. The strength is incredible.
Depth for sure, and that's a strong opener for Temi.
Yeah, so strong. Let's see that again on the replay.
Those long deadlift arms not really helping her on bench, but she's benching 105 like it's nothing anyway.
Yeah.
So already we're through to the top of the group again with Bethan Ashton, 80 kilos on the bar.
Just 2.5 kilos shy of her personal best. I think Beth's having a great day. Everything has been flying really well for her.
She is 4 for 4 right now.
Yeah, and that 5 kilos didn't seem to affect her too much. Really nice second there for Beth.
And a good lift for Bethan. 82.5 on the bar now for Jodie Baker. Lucy and Hetty, get ready. Start is loaded. 82.5.
Next out is Jodie Bainan
Jodie Baker.
for 82.5.
Considering she only competed at the beginning of the year, she's putting a considerable amount of kilos on all of her lifts so far.
So it could be a change of coach, change of training template.
Perhaps.
Maybe she's just found her groove. A little bit of work to do to drive that through the sticking point. Probably only another 2.5 kilos there, but a good lift nonetheless. And we have Lucy Robinson coming out for 90 kilos next. She did 95 at the bench, but it's easier to put a big bench up if you haven't just done a low bar squat. strong. Well, maybe she will put 95 up here after she's done a low bar squat. It always strikes me as being a really cruel way around. You ruin your elbows with your low bar squat and then they ask you to do a bench.
Yeah. Almost worth doing it in a different order. BSD doesn't have quite the same ring though.
It doesn't. Here's Hetty Simpson for 92.5. A little bit of a wobble on the way up, but a good lift.
Good lift for you white lights. Hetty at 92.5, 100 on the bar now. Diana Azaraya. Claire and Sean, get ready.
Just a tiny bit of hesitation.
Bars loaded.
Diana Azaraya for 100 kilos now. She made 95 absolutely fly. Oh, and she's had a bit of work to do to get that 100 to the top. So it was a good lift. It was certainly not in any doubt, but it wasn't super easy. As we watched that back, maybe she just went a little bit offline. So I would hesitate to put much more on the bar for her third. Claire Toker now for 100. Yeah, a little bit of work to do to get that to the top. But get it to the top, she absolutely did.
Yeah, Claire has a really, really strong bench.
Yeah.
I think she clipped the rack actually on the way up there. Sian Arterton now jumping to 5 kilos to 105. Some really, really strong benches in this flight. Not one weak bench actually, it's really strong across the board. Really tight weight class. Yeah, and 5 kilos didn't slow her down too much. A really nice second from Sian there. 3 white lights. Now, to conclude the second attempts, we have Temi, who has put in 112.5 kilos. Absolutely huge bench. And a 2.5 kilo comp PB. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener as well, which is a considerable jump. Wow, a tiny sticking point at the top there, but looking really, really strong for Temi there. Unfortunately, that's 2-1, no lift. She just got blues on the side referees there for downwards movement.
That's a real shame. It always feels like, you know, it's a moral victory for technical fail.
Yeah, and she does obviously have the option for thirds to go up if she wants to, or she stays the same. You know, the strength is clearly there, but
I think it'd be a big risk in this context to go up.
yeah. We are now on to our final attempts for bench before going into a 10-minute break and then into the most exciting part of the day,
Deadlift.
deadlift.
We love deadlift. So here's Bethan Ashton for her third bench, 82.5.
This is a match comp PB for Beth. And after a sticking point, she got it up. It was a great effort.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, we can see that again on the replay here, but really, really great effort from Beth. Looking strong as well. She's got a squat PB.
Yeah, it's clearly there though. You see that a lot more with equipped benching than raw benching.
Takes a lot of strength to come back from that little dip as well.
It's a transition phase. Certainly in equipped benching, you get a big pop off the chest, and you have to be underneath it, driving it home when the assistance you get from the shirt runs out. Jodie Bainan, 85 kilos on the bar.
A really good fight from Jodie there, but unfortunately just a little bit too much. She still walks away with a 5 kilo comp PB, which is absolutely huge. You can now see Zach on the platform spotting and loading. He helps at so many meets.
Hetty Simpson now for 95.
And for a 5 kilo comp PB.
Well, she's ready for it. She's fired up. It's an odd lift bench. I find if I get too fired up, the technique leaves you a little bit.
Yeah.
But you could just run out and drag up a big deadlift. Bench is a little bit more technical.
She is sat in 4th position though, so maybe just looking to really hold on to these extra kilos.
And that was right on the money.
Yeah, really great call from Hetty there, and 3 white lights.
Lucy Robinson now for 95.
Opting for an equal 5 kilo jump.
Well, her second was strong. It did look very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice from Lucy.
Yeah, really lovely third from Lucy there, and a nice celebration as she walks off. Now, I believe the rest of the final attempts are all 100 and above. Or actually all above 100.
Tiana Azarai coming out for 102.5.
This will be for a 2.5 kilo comp PB, and again, holding on to all of those extra kilos. Positioned quite comfortably in first, I believe.
Forecast is she's 20 kilos ahead of Temi. Oh, that's a tough one.
Wow.
But you know what? She can't be sad at that because she got the maximum she could get on the day, 100, missed 102.
Yeah, really great effort from Tiana there. You can actually see one of her hands starts opening here on the replay, which I think definitely didn't help.
Yeah, that's an odd one. Force production is usually greater when you've got a tight grip. Claire Toker now for 105. This will be a lifetime PB on the platform. And it's a good effort, but her butt is a mile off the bench already, and it was just a little bit too heavy.
I mean, you can't say she didn't try. It was a great effort.
It was. Last two benches of the women's session. We have Sean Arterton for 107.5. And then we'll finish off with Temi.
Bar is loaded. 107.5 kilos for Sean Alberton.
This will be for a 2.5 kilo personal best for Sean. Some huge benches in this flight.
Little bit too heavy.
Yeah, but she doesn't lose too much on that. You know, she only jumped 2.5 kilos.
And here is our last bench of the ladies competition coming up. It's Temi Nuga.
She just missed this, I believe, in downwards movement on her second attempt. But the strength is there.
112.5. This is absolutely massive.
The bar is loaded. Temi Nuga, 112.5 kilos on the bar. Come on, people, let's get going now. Come on, Temi.
Here she comes. I believe she can get this.
Wow, look at that power.
She got that all the way to the top. And she got a lift.
3 white lights, there's no disputing that.
That means that at subtotal, Temi has 310, Ziana has 310.5.
Wow.
It could not be closer. This sets us up for a really phenomenal deadlift battle at the end. We know that Ziana's got the deadlift, but Temi is no slouch in that department either.
No, absolutely. And, you know, both with the 69 kilo class and the 84 kilo class, it really does come down to deadlifts. And we love to see that. It's so exciting.
But we'll have to wait 10 minutes for that. We'll take a short break now and we will see you back here for deadlift.
See you there.
And we are back for deadlifts. The bar has hit the floor and the party is about to start. This is our favourite part of the competition.
It absolutely is, and we know this is not only exciting for deadlifts, but also for finding position and fighting for that podium as well.
And it's a tight fight. We've got two classes. We have the 69s and the 84s, and we have a real battle in both of them.
Absolutely, and we are kicking it off right now.
Hopefully we can see the platform and not the commentators. Thank you. Because we have, there we go.
It's Katie Roberts we have up right now.
With 132.5 and 3 white lights.
A really, really great start to the deadlift openers.
Beata Petenyi now for 140. You do find quite often that the deadlifters will catapult to the front after the first round of deadlifts. First round of deadlifts.
Yeah.
But our deadlifters are big squatters and benchers as well, so I don't think we're going to see that this time.
Yeah, we do see the position change quite a lot in this third and final lift. But as you said, we have 2 flights of 69s and then followed by an 84.
Nice opener there for Beata.
3 white lights.
And next out will be Ellie Baker. Ellie's going to open at 145.
Bars loaded. 145 kilos for Ellie Baker.
That's a nice opening pull. Gets her on the board. Gives her a total. Claire Eaton is out next for 147.5. So what we're looking for in the first round of deadlifts is no drama at all. Everyone coming out, putting up an easy lift, solidifying their total, making sure they register a total in the competition, and that's absolutely perfect. Really easy, no wasted energy, good lift. And we will have Christina Keogh-Bennett out next for 150. Some great execution from a lot of these lifters here today. Christina is 6 for 6 right now.
A lovely strong opening there from Christina.
I make that 7 for 7. Next out, we will have Emma Williams. If you just joined us, this is the deadlift for Group B of the 69 kilo class.
As always, we see a nice mix of sumo, conventional, and then, you know, we do see a hybrid stance these days, a frog stance, as some people call it.
Yeah, sort of a wide stance conventional. But that was a good lift, and we have Susanna Woodhouse next for 157.5.
Susanna, a relatively new lifter to the sport, only from about summer last year. She started competing.
Nice strong pull there, accelerated as it went up.
Yeah, we have some really strong openers, and we're only in the first flight of the 69s here, so you can only imagine what's to come.
Bar is loaded. 165 kilos for Alan Roberts.
Here's Alan Roberts with 165. Nice and easy.
Yeah, very controlled and opening on her current comp max, so
165
very, very impressive from Alan there.
Alex and Layla get ready.
Just having a little bit of trouble with one of the comp collars there. Everything is brand spanking new. Thank you.
Absolutely, but it's seen some action in the last few days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bar is loaded. 165 kilos. Anna Porteus Simpson.
So here's Ayana Porteus Simpson for 165. Now she unlocked her knees for me.
Lights and a good lift by Anna.
Let's see that again. It was 3 white lights from the referee.
It was, so she's absolutely fine.
And then we go back around to the top of the
Yeah, from the back you couldn't see it, but I think we need to be really careful of soft knees. Your knees must be fully locked and your shoulders back at the completion of the lift. Here's Alexandra Henry, 170.
Another lifter opening on her current comp best. Bar a small mishap on bench. She's had a really strong day.
Nearly gave it a wobble at the top, but I think she'll be all right. Yeah.
That is a good lift. 3 white lights for Alexandra there.
And we have Layla Tamasebi for 175 to round out the first attempts for Group A.
Bar is loaded. 175 kilos. Layla Tamasei.
She's on the board. She has a total.
Yeah, and you know, it's easy to forget that that's what, you know, the opening attempt can mean for a lot of lifters as well. It's just, I've got a total up, I can have some fun with deadlifts now.
And also, those lifters that took a squat or a bench record, they don't take that home unless they put up a deadlift. So first deadlift for squat and bench record breakers should be about solidifying that record, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back to the top now, Katie Roberts for 142.5.
As you could probably tell, those newer to powerlifting, deadlifts do move considerably faster than the other lifts.
Slow and steady. I mean, that didn't seem to... She didn't deviate her position. She just kept pulling, but it was quite slow, so I'm not sure how much more she's going to have left. And you say that, and you watch the replay back, and it just looks really quick.
Yeah, it often does. It is really strange. That was 10 kilos below her comp best, so she could take a very grindy 10 kilo jump or a safe 7.5.
I think I might even go for 5 there. But I'm not that familiar with the lifter, so some people just grind every deadlift. This is Beata Petigny. Sumo stance, but not super wide, as you say.
That is a good lift. A good lift.
That That is a good lift.
Ellie Baker now, 155.
Bar loaded, 155 kilos, Ellie Baker.
A matched best on her second attempt. Slow and steady. We'll see a lot in this class as well, the placements, jump, and obviously that won't be finalised until we see the next flight of the 69 kilo lifters, so that will jump around quite a lot in the next half an hour or so.
Claire Eaton, 157.5. Oh dear. Let's see what the referees make of it.
Just struggled a little bit at lockout there. Yeah, one blue in the centre for downwards movement, or soft lockout that could have been for.
I can see the jury deliberating there. I think, yeah, I would give blue cards if it was me. I could see Adam Riley. I thought he was getting to his feet. He actually hasn't. So I think that lift's fine. I think that lift stands.
Which is great news for her. She's safe. She got that total. Hopefully that does not get turned over.
Oh
for her.
no, Adam Riley is on his feet. Is he going to overturn it?
Oh, he's back down.
No, he's just having a bit of a joke.
I'm sure the lifter doesn't find it that funny.
I'm sure. But we have a jury. If there's the decision is 2-1, the jury can intervene and overturn. This is Emma Williams for 160, and she lifted it faster than I said it.
Very, very nice second attempt there.
Next out, Christina Keogh-Bennett, 162.5.
Jumping 12.5 kilos from her opener, just speeding straight past her current best of 160.
Do you know, as a newer lifter, this is a strategy I often took. You get your opener in, and then you take a PB on your second, and then just go nuts for your third.
I think it's a really nice approach, you know.
It gets harder and harder as you progress, though. It's a little bit Yankee, but she's so strong with it.
Yeah, and that is 3 white lights. Some words of encouragement for herself at the beginning there, which is nice to see.
Susanna Woodhouse for 167.5.
Bar is loaded.
10 kilo jump from her opener. I'd say that was fairly standard in this weight class. Not super easy, but certainly no doubt.
Yeah, it slowed down, but it didn't stop or anything, so it was a good second attempt.
Ellen Roberts now for 172.5.
Bar is loaded. 172.5 kilos for Ellen Roberts.
Ellen's already smashed squat and bench personal best out the water today with a fantastic performance. She's looking to do that on her second attempt of deadlifts as well.
Nice second there, a little bit of room to manoeuvre.
180 goes on the bar now for Ayana Ortega.
And we are up to 180 already for Ayana Portier-Simpson. Now, she had a big squat. She squatted 170. She is quietly stacking up a massive total.
Yeah, we did say that potentially we will see her in a different flight next year, and I think that may be true.
Bar is loaded. 180 kilos. Ayana Ortega-Simpson.
This is a 15-kilo jump from her opener.
It flew, though.
It was, yeah, really fast. Just, I think, securing that total. No messing about there. 3 white lights. I think we were both worried that she had a bit of
A bit of a wobble at the top.
speed wobble at
Yeah.
the top, but luckily there was no downwards movement on that. Just see it there. She's shaking because it moved so fast. And that leads us to 2 more attempts, and we're already then after that through to the final attempts of this first flight. So fast.
So this is Alexandra Henry for 180. Now she locked her legs out, but she can't get through.
Wow, it looks
Oh,
like
she did.
Let's see what the referees say.
Oh.
That's
So a blue card is for either downward movement or supporting on the thighs.
yeah, unfortunately, it was similar to her first, where it was really speedy up, and then this lockout was slow. And like you said, she just locks her legs out a bit before, which
Yeah,
makes it
I'm
hard.
surprised that it was blue cards she got. I thought she might have got reds, but at any rate, it was no lift. And here we have Leila Tamasebi for 185. I think she's brought a massive fan club here today. I think the whole family's here.
Wow, fantastic.
That was a great looking deadlift.
3 white lights, and she's really having fun with it now, which is so nice to see, and a huge deadlift.
Back to the top, and here comes Katie Roberts for her final lift of the day, which will be 147.5. We slow down a little bit at this point as the bar is cleaned between every attempt to give the lifter the best possible chance of holding onto the bar. It's counterintuitive, but if you pack the knurling with chalk, then there's no knurling left to keep a grip of. So, Katie Roberts, 147.5.
Wow.
Wow, that was so impressive. I felt like she left her hips very high at the start of that pull. So to get all the way through there on her final lift was fantastic.
Yeah, I think a perfect number as well for her to pull.
Ellie Baker now is going to attempt a 160. While the bar is being cleaned, it's a good opportunity to thank our sponsors. This competition is sponsored by Eleiko, who provided the platform equipment. British Powerlifting also sponsored by SBD. The live stream provided by White Lights Media, and we have Unified Strength Methods and Union Jacked as well. Without our sponsors, we couldn't put any of these competitions on, so we're grateful for their support.
locks it out. The referees say that is a good lift, 3 white lights. She did really well to compose herself after tripping up, just
I think
walking onto
so,
the
yeah.
platform there. So really good job. That's also a 5 kilo PB for Ellie.
Beata Petagny next for 162.5. She's come back very well. She struggled a little bit on squat. I think her first national championship.
This is a 12.5 kilo jump from her second to third.
That's a good point, actually. Is this for position? It's so tightly packed in amongst the field. It's hard to say.
Yeah, she wants some energy from the crowd here. Oh, so close.
That's a shame. It was a tough break from the floor. It looked like it was going, but not quite. Gives her a 352.5 kilo total. Claire Eaton now for the same weight.
This will be a 5 kilo personal best for Claire. Wow. That is a good lift. Yeah, very speedy off the ground. I think that's what throws her a bit off balance when she gets up to that lockout.
Next out, we have Emma Williams. She's going to close her day with 167.5.
Bar is loaded, 167.5 kilos. Emma Williams.
It was going out of her hands, wasn't it?
She looks anyway, and 2-1. Unfortunately, she gets yellows there.
Yeah, I think yellow's because it wasn't under control. You have to return the bar to the platform under control, and it was going out of her grip, but for me it wasn't locked out super convincingly anyway.
It was definitely a close call. It could have fallen either way. Unfortunately, not in Emma's favour today, but a great day nonetheless for her.
She went 8 for 9. That's a pretty good day for anyone. And that got her a 370 total. Well, here's Christina Keogh-Bennett looking for 170 to round out a 9 for 9 performance.
Yeah, and we're all above the 400 mark with Christina now. Wow.
Very nice indeed. That's a great day's lifting for her. Suzanne Woodhouse for 172.5.
The matched comp PB, but she's already extended her current total comp PB.
Just a little bit too heavy today.
Yeah, her second attempt, you'll be worth saying, did look a little bit tricky for her, but a really great effort and a really good day from the newer lifter, Susanna.
Ellen Roberts next for 177.5. That's 5 kilos up from her second.
Bar is loaded, 177.5 kilos for Ellen Roberts.
She locks it out.
That was a very well judged third attempt.
Yeah, really, really good effort there from Ellen, and finish off a really strong day for her.
180 on the bar now. Alexander Henry in his second attempt at this weight. She was followed by Layla and Ayana. Bar is loaded at 180 kilos for Alexandra Henry.
So here's Alexander Henry for a second attempt at 180. It's a tough lockout, but it's going out of her hand. Did she get the down command?
2 to 1, that is a good lift. Let's see a replay of that.
Right on the top there. I did see her. It looked like the grip was going to go, but it hasn't started going. I did not see any down the
We can
road.
see the jury discussing that slightly, but hopefully for her sake it stays as a good lift.
190 on the bar now. No
Next out is Layla Tamasebi for 190. She looked great with 185.
Yeah, she's looking really, really strong today. With huge support for her in the crowd.
Oh, what a shame. She just lost her balance at the top.
It was moving so nicely. She maintained her form really well, but yeah, she just lost her balance and tipped over.
Gives her a 420 total.
See the score sheet up here briefly as we head into the final attempt of this flight.
Look at this though, Ayana Porteous-Simpson, she took a 15 kilo jump to a second, she's taken a 15 kilo jump to a third.
Wow, I mean, it has been moving so excellently for her. I'm really excited to see this and how her third attempt goes with this jump.
195 kilos for Ayana Porteous.
Here we go, this is the final pull in the first flight.
So we'll give her a 445 kilo total.
And she's got it. Superb.
Wow, what a great way to end a day. I think we'll definitely be seeing more from her in the future.
I think so. And as you said, definitely in the top flight next
Yeah.
time. I think I gave her a 445 total.
We are moving straight through now, as you can see on the score sheet, to the next flight of the 69 kilo lifters, where we will be now battling it out for those platform positions. And as we've been saying all day long, it is so close. It is mere kilos in it. We've been waiting for this.
So here's Gemma Gibson for 157.5. There she goes, she's on the board, she has a total.
Big sigh of relief, I'm sure.
Next out is Laura Best for 165. British record in this class is 210, and that belongs to Tasmin Campbell.
Although the total itself actually belongs to Annie Nelson.
It does. And our forecast totals are right up against that based on the first deadlift. So I think we're going to go through that British record total. Here's Laura.
Nice easy opener there for Laura. And as you said before, as they get these first attempts in, that means securing a total, which is so important at this stage of the competition.
Next out we have Karen Lai for 167 and a half.
Really nice opener there from Karen. You can see that again on the replay. Just grips it and rips it. And gets that total on the board.
Catherine Brennan is out next for 170.
Catherine Brennan, a relatively new lifter, already up and about with the main flight of 69 kilo lifters.
Very easy. It was so casual I almost didn't notice she'd done it. Moa Viltner out next.
Bar is loaded. 175 kilos. Moa Viltner.
175 kilos, 3 red plates.
Wow. Really nice opener from Moa there.
3 white lights, including Martha Mook from Moa Viltner.
Same weight for Lauren Cassoni.
175 on the bar now for Lauren Cassoni. Hold them with Pepper, get ready. Bar is loaded. 175 kilos, Lauren Cassoni.
Good lift there for Lauren. And we have Helen Almond out next for 180.
Well, we know last year she pulled into position, into bronze position with her deadlift. So we know it's good.
I think it was 200 she pulled that day.
Wow.
Made short work of that.
Yeah, really nice start for Helen there. And I think she's wanting to prove how strong she is after a little mishap on her bench.
Oh, you're right, Amelia. It was 185 she pulled that day. She did 200 at a later comp.
So we know there's definitely been some strength added.
So this is 182.5 now from our dark horse, Rebecca Stace.
She's had such a strong day and come absolutely out of nowhere.
By the way, folks, the unique feature of Lifting Cast is if you go to Lifting Cast on your phone, you can have your own version of the score sheet. View the fields you want, see the forecasted totals, all that stuff.
Yeah, very nice.
And 3 white lights, a total secured.
196.75 on the bar now for Annie Nelson, followed by Catherine, and then Gemma.
So that puts her, after the first deadlifts, 10 kilos ahead of Moa Viltner.
Yeah, she's really trying to secure that.
So she's going to have to defend that position really hard. Annie Nelson now, the incoming 63 kilo British champion. Gone up a class this year.
Yeah, she really wants both of those titles under her belt.
Massive 197.5. Did you say she'd gone up?
I believe Annie's deadlift open has gone up, and I think Tasman's has gone down a
Tasman's
little
definitely
bit.
gone down a little. It was 205.
So they're meeting somewhat in the middle here to make it even more exciting for us. Annie is currently forecasted second.
It's a smart move from Tasman, I think. She's ahead. She just needs to stay ahead.
Let's see how this moves.
Not super easy, but certainly strength is there.
Yeah, I mean, we know Annie can really grind out a deadlift in her conventional form. The only issue we've really seen for her has never been grinding, it's just been grip on occasion. So we'll watch out for that, and hopefully it doesn't issue her at all today.
So here's Tasman.
202.5 kilos.
She's done 210. That's where the British record is. She did that at the Home Nations, I think.
Yeah, and Annie's record PB is just behind her at 207. That moved so, wow.
Well, that cements her British record bench press. She's taking that home now. So, if we look at the forecasted, well, we've looked at the current totals. We have Tasman is 5 kilos ahead. She's on 496. Annie Nelson on 491. And then we go all the way down to 455 for Rebecca Stace.
And we have Gemma Gibson now with 170 kilos on the bar for her second attempt.
That's a big jump, isn't it? 12 and a half.
Yeah. We are getting to some really heavy deadlifts though. And as we've just noticed on the scoring sheet as well, both Tasman and Annie have put in for 211.5 for their second attempt.
So that's an interesting situation. So when two lifters call for the same weight to be placed on the bar, the lower lot number goes first. Lot numbers are assigned randomly at weigh-in. But if two lifters lift the same weight, the lighter body weight takes the advantage in the competition, but the first person to do it takes the record.
It's going to be close.
Laura Best now for 175.
Nice and solid there from Laura.
3 white lights. And a good lift. From Laura.
So Annie Nelson has the lower lot number, so she'll go out for it first. If she does get 211.5, Tasman's attempt will automatically go to 212. Because she can't do 211.5 if it's not a record.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a second attempt means we might see some back and forth here.
Karen Lai now, 177.5.
Very nice. Yep, 3 white lights, really nice second attempt from Karen as she dances off the platform.
Next out is Catherine Brennan for 182.5, £400.
Bar is loaded at 182.5 kilos. For Catherine Brennan. If you're watching this on your phone, you're looking at the forecasted totals, you get to see that there are 2 ladies duking this out, both going for the same British record to beat each
Yeah, as we've seen a few times today, going for a new PB on her second attempt.
Very nice.
Yeah, very, very well.
That's a really interesting position we're in, because Annie Nelson did 11 kilos more on squat than Tasman. Tasman did 11 kilos more on bench than Annie. So if they both put up 211.5 now, they're on the same total. So who's got the body weight?
I believe Tasman is lighter.
Tasman, 300 grams.
It might come down to body weight, and
it might.
we saw that yesterday with Mel and Joy in the 63s as well.
So Moa Viltner now, she's sitting in 5th place at the moment, because we had the lifter from the B group, Ayana, who's at 445 total at the moment. That was a very quick pull there from Moa.
Yeah, I think Moa wants to move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, she has jumped ahead now. That's put her in 4th. Because she's lighter in body weight than Ayana. But how amazing for Ayana to have been sat in 4th place on the 2nd round.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Lauren Casoni, 185 on the bar. I feel like the competition's just accelerating away.
192.5 on the bar now for Rebecca Stace. Rebecca at the moment of projections is looking like finishing in the
So, speaking of the devil, Rebecca Stace, who, as we've said, out of nowhere is sitting really comfortably, or quite comfortably, in 3rd place at the moment. And this is just to further that lead.
Just being asked to clean the bar. The lifter can request the bar be cleaned at any point. And it does get chalked up, especially when you've got a mix of sumo and conventional. Then they are mixing up where the talc is and where the chalk is on every lift.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not give yourself the best chance?
192.5 on the bar for Rebecca. She's sitting in 3rd place. I don't think she can catch the front runners. She just needs to defend hard against Moa.
Very,
Yeah.
very nice from Rebecca there. And she's PB'd squat, she's PB'd bench. I think she's looking to PB deadlift and podium, so not a bad
Yeah,
day.
it's absolutely brilliant lifting from her today. I've not seen her lift before, but I'll definitely see her lift again, I think. So Helen Ullman, she's taken a 12.5 kilo jump up to 192.5. Now this will move her up 5 places. She's not this year fighting right at the front. She's going to move her up from 14th to 9th.
Very patient off the ground.
Yeah.
And the referees say 2 to 1 as a good lift.
So the red card failure on deadlift is for lockout, so maybe soft knees or the shoulders not fully back.
So we are up to those 2 very exciting deadlifts. As we were speaking about before, they've gone for the same number. They're currently sitting at the same total. Tasman just has body weight. They both have a chip and a record today. But really, it's going to come down to these next 2 lifts for these 2 lifters.
Absolutely. So Annie is actually 5 kilos behind at this point, but this will match them up because she's taken a bigger jump to her 2nd. So this takes the British total record as well, doesn't it? This is for the British deadlift and the British total record. And here comes Annie Nelson. And the roof comes off here in Nottingham. It's a Scottish head-to-head here at the British Classic.
There she goes. Can she lock it down? Hold on.
It's a tough pull, but I think she's got it. And the referees think so too.
A new deadlift record, a new total record, and that also pushes Tasman a little bit further and a little bit more pressure on this next with 212 now going on the bar.
So Annie Nelson moves into the lead with that pull. But here comes Tasman Campbell to reverse that, to take back the lead, to take back her deadlift record, and to take the total record as well. You can see IPF speaker there, Joe Whiteley, just hyping the crowd up for this lift.
Believe it or not, everyone, we're not even on 3rd attempts. These are 2nd attempts we are going for here. And this is to pull Tasman back into 1st place, as well as get the deadlift and total record.
Everyone stood up. I can no longer see the platform.
But if you could see how many people were here today.
And we are waiting for Tasmin Campbell to come out for 212 kilos for the British record deadlift, the British record total, and the lead in the competition.
I don't know about you, but my heart is racing. Here she comes. She wants that record back.
Here we go. Oh, how easy was that?
And that record is straight back into Tasmin's hands. Deadlift and total record for both of them.
It is all to play for in the 69 kilo class. Okay, I'm going to have to take some guesses at what's going on the platform as people are standing right in front of the commentary booth. So we are back to the top and we have Laura Best coming out for 180 kilos. Third and final deadlift of the day.
This is a matched competition PB for Laura.
She missed her third squat, she missed her third bench. Can she pull her third deadlift? It's going. And I think it's gone.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. 3 white lights.
That was a great pull from Laura, gives her a 420 total.
Do you know what's exciting as well? We have the 84 deadlifts after this, and we know that's going to be
And that's going to be some of the biggest deadlifts ever seen in British powerlifting.
So the excitement does not end.
Next out, it's Karen Lai for 182.5. She barrels out onto the platform.
She gets it up. The referees say 3
And the
white.
head say it's a good lift. That puts Karen up in 6th for the minute. Obviously that position is not safe as we have a number of lifters still to go. And here's one of them, Gemma Gibson, for the same weight, 182.5.
Jumping 12.5 kilos and straight past her current best of 180.
Just a little bit north of 400 pounds. That's a shame. That looked like it was going.
Yeah, just struggled on the lockout there, but really, really great effort.
We can see attempts going in for Annie and Tasmin. They're both on 218 right now. We know that will mean Annie coming out first.
I'm telling you, I wish I was wearing my heart rate tracker.
Here's Catherine Brennan for 190.
A 10 kilo comp PB for Catherine, if she gets this.
Oh, I think that's going to be blue cards, unfortunately.
She's done really well to get that up.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go, just from the front. She got a blue, but that's the angle we got as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's see that again from the side, perhaps. We'll just have to trust the referees, but that is a good lift for Catherine and a 10 kilo comp PB.
Next out is going to be Lauren Cassoni for the same weight, 190.
Bar is loaded. 190 kilos for Lauren Cassoni.
She's already PB'd on her second, but wants to extend that further for herself in her third.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah, really strong final deadlift from Lauren.
That's the way to finish your comp. Now, that moves Lauren up above, up into 7th place for now, with Helen Ullman still to pull. So this is going to be Moa next, Moa Wiltner. This won't actually move her up.
No, but it will be a platform PB for Moa, which maybe is what she's gunning for then.
I've never seen anyone run out for the final deadlift with such a big smile on their face.
It's so great to see. Wow.
Well, it's definitely a moral victory,
The referees say
but
2
not
to
a
1.
technical one.
Yeah, just downwards movement from the side refs there, but
May have been a little bit supporting, I think. The point where your knees slip under the bar rests on your legs. Unfortunately, we didn't get a replay of that, so...
no, Martin did go to the jury, but based on his face, they pretty quickly sent him away.
Next out is Rebecca Stace. Now, she cannot be caught. She's made the podium already, with or without this pull. It's a phenomenal performance.
Absolutely huge day from Rebecca, and wow, out of nowhere we have a new podium position lifter. Hopefully that doesn't affect her focus too much, but third can't be stolen from her anyway.
And she's looking to join the 200 kilo club now. And
wow,
what a great way to finish off.
Really great there from
9 for 9, PBs across the board, and 3rd place at your first British Championship.
incredible, just embracing her coach Lewis there. I'm sure they're both ecstatic with that result.
Next out, it's Helen Ullman, last year's bronze medalist. She's looking at, this will move her up from 9th to 6th. That just demonstrates the level that we've risen to in British classic lifting. 202.5 on the bar. No,
so
unfortunately, just went out of her hand.
Joe.
So, we've just had a change.
Oh,
We've had a change. She's gone down to 213. So, this is massive. We had Annie and Tasmin both with 218 lined up. Annie's just dropped to 213. This will move her a kilo ahead of Tasmin, and it bets on Tasmin not being able to pull her third.
bit of a mind game there as well if they see that, to say we don't think you can do that.
It is, but I tell you what, Tasmin's was easier.
It was a really good attempt, and I'm telling you, I am on the edge of my seat, and I might have to be in a minute with the amount of people in here, but this is to regain the deadlift record, to regain the total record, and
first place.
to pull her into first place.
So Annie needs this. If Annie misses, Tasmin wins. So Annie needs to pull this no matter what. So she's taking the view. Her second was a little bit tough, but this is only a couple of kilos up.
And here she comes.
Here we go, Annie Nelson. Everything on the line, the deadlift record, the total record, and the British title. The crowd is on their feet, the tension is incredible.
Here she goes. She looks it
Look
out.
at that grind. Let's see the result. She's got it. She's got the deadlift record. She's got the total record, and she is in the lead with one lift remaining.
It is now Tasmin's to lose.
Surely she'll change. Surely. Surely she's not going to come out for 218.
I've not seen anyone go to the table. I will keep my eye there. They are loading 218 by the looks of it.
This is risky. I mean, she looked good on her second.
Oh, they're running to the
they've
table.
got it. They've got it.
It might be.
They've got the change in. It's got to be 213 and a half. It is 213 and a half.
213 and a half. Now,
that was the only thing that made any sense. Showboating is one thing, but you've got to win the competition.
It's not worth the risk. She wants the deadlift record back. She wants the total record back, and she wants to win. And we know the last deadlift for Tasmin moved so well, but
it did. It did.
Can she maintain it with the pressure?
The pressure is incredible at this point. The entire place is on their feet.
There's so much riding on this, and they are putting those micro plates on now. Tasmin is in the wings, waiting to try and pull back the win, the deadlift record, and the total record. I am shaking.
This is 3.5 kilos more than she's ever done on the platform before, but with so much on the line.
And those magic words, the bar is loaded.
Here she comes. I would not bet against this. Everything on the line, one pull.
And
how
ease.
easy was that?
She locks it out, 3 white lights, she takes the deadlift record, she takes the total record, and there is our new 69 kilo class winner, Embracing Annie. What a great battle.
I take it all back, she could have put 218 on there quite easily.
It wasn't worth the risk.
It wasn't worth the risk, and it was absolutely the right move. Tasmin Campbell, once again, is your 69 kilo British champion. But what a battle. How hard did Annie Nelson push her?
Oh, man. And her first year at the Nationals as a 69, you know, there's so much to come there. And I mean, they both had near perfect days. You know, it's just the way it planned out. It's absolutely incredible. But
what a great result, though, for the lifter in third place. Rebecca Stace.
Out of nowhere with such a huge day, a really great effort, and a great day for Scotland.
All 3 medals going back to Scotland.
First, second and third.
So we move straight now into the 84 kilo class, and we are going to see some incredible deadlifting here as well.
So as we head in now, we have Lucy Robinson opening with 170 kilos. And that was a wonderful opener. If you thought that was exciting, we have Ziana coming up, who is the current holder of the biggest deadlift in female history in GB, coming up in this flight with her deadlift. Just as a reminder to you all, the current deadlift record in the 84s is held by Ziana, the biggest female deadlift in GB history, and that is 246 kilos. Absolutely massive. But for now, we have our openers, and we have Claire with 175 kilos loaded on the bar. Lovely there from Claire. We have Beth Ashton coming out now for her opener of 175 kilos. She managed to get 190 at All England's last year, and man, that was a great deadlift. She was holding on with her fingertips, so let's see how she gets on today with 175. Wow. It barely even registered. Great, great opener from Beth. Just waiting for the third referee there. Yeah, 3 white lights. Coming up now, we have Sian Arterton opening with 175 kilos, a popular opener in this flight.
Slow and steady.
Yeah, nice opener and a total secured for Sian there.
Jodie Bainin now for the same weight.
Bar is loaded for Jodie, Hetty and Teddy get ready.
Same weight on the bar now for Jodie, 175 kilos. Now this is a much quicker flight, so this will really, really fly by.
It will. 8 lifters.
And we have, as I mentioned, the biggest deadlifter in GB history on the female side coming up and opening with 230.
Well, I was wondering if 230 might be the biggest opener in British powerlifting history.
I wouldn't be surprised. She is.
Oh, I've just heard Jodie Bainin has had her deadlift overturned. But on the platform now is Hetty Simpson for 182.5.
Really nice and quick from Hetty there.
3 white lights and a good lift at 182.5 kilos for Hetty. 215 on the bar now.
So here comes Temi. She's opening with a massive 215 kilos. So Temi's done 235 in the past, but I think that was pre-lockdown and pre-injury. So she did 220 out of the Euros late last year. This is 215.
Really strong opener from Temi there. And believe it or not, that wasn't even the heaviest opener of the flight.
One more opening pull. And of course, Ziana needs to solidify the squat British record. She's set at 210.5.
And she's opening just 16 kilos below her GB record, not just in the weight class, but in every weight class, which is incredible. She's on form today by the looks of things. Wow.
Look at that. That was super easy.
Moving 230 like that, and I know I shouldn't get ahead of myself, but maybe looking at her extending that.
I get right ahead of yourself. I was thinking exactly the same thing. 246.5 for her second.
Absolutely incredible. We now have Jodie retaking that 175, which was turned over by the jury, I believe.
It was. I don't really. Was it a little bit of ramping?
175 kilos to Jodie Bailey. Well done, this time. Easy weight now.
So I'm sure whatever it was, she can correct it this time out. Fast.
Yeah.
Shaking her head like what happened last time
She still gets a red from the centre referee there.
on lockout. So if we get a replay for that. Yeah, maybe the knees were just shaking a little bit. But she's on the board. It's a good lift and she has a total. Lucy Robinson's out next for 180.
And yeah, as we said, these flights are really, really flying by. There's not much time for them to breathe in between their attempts.
Nice there, just a little bit of work to do to pull through at the lockout.
But again, a really strong second attempt and 3 white lights for Lucy there.
No one's listening to us today. I can see Ziana's put in 245. So what will that get her? That gets her the British total record, doesn't it?
That's currently 553.5 held by
Yeah.
herself.
So that will get a 555.5. What a nice number.
Really, really quite nice.
This is a Sean Arterton for 182.5. Slow and steady. I wouldn't put more than 5 kilos on that for her third.
That did pull her into third place, though, for the time being.
Oh, it did? Oh, it's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think, every kilo counts, and they're probably going to be fighting for that podium position.
So, Hetty, Lucy and Sean are all in a 3-way dance for third place. Fantastic. But here's Claire Toker for 185.
She was nice and patient off the floor there. And a good lift for Claire. You can see that again from the side.
185 on the bar now for Becca Ashton.
Beth and Ashton now for the same weight.
10 kilo jump for Beth, just 5 kilos shy of her comp best. Just making sure that they brush down the bar there on the coach's request.
185 kilos. Hetty, and Ziana, get ready.
Ooh, really nice. She's looking very strong today.
She is, giving herself a bit of room to manoeuvre.
I believe 195 just eluded her in the Christmas comp.
Hetty Simpson next, 192.5. She's very light in class. She's weighed in today at 78.6.
The bar is loaded. 192.5 kilos to Hetty Simpson.
So here is Hetty. Gone up 10 from her opener to 192.5.
Yeah, this is just a couple kilos shy of her personal best on the platform. Very speedy. That's a good lift for Hetty there. We are already nearing the end of the second attempt for this weight class.
Now this is Tammy coming out now for 225, and this will give her 535 kilo total. So that'll put her only 5.5 kilos behind where Zayana is now. Obviously, Zayana's going to come out and smoke 245 and shoot out into the lead afterwards, but this is good strategy from Temi. Get within reach. You never know when your opponent's going to trip up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Temi and Ziana are kind of on an island of their own at the moment. Just moving and adjusting the bar position, which she's allowed to do.
There we go. She's pulled herself up to within arm's reach of the first place lifter, who is about to come out onto the platform for just 1 kilo short of the biggest deadlift ever in British powerlifting.
Yeah, which is her own, and you know, she's jumped 15 kilos from that opener, and with this second attempt she will be extending her own total record to 555.5 from 553.5.
So has she already got the international A total? I think she has 530. So this will give it. So she's already got it with her first pull, which is what she said to me before she went out to lift. I'll get that with my first pull. So it's great to see her execute.
Wow.
We're going to see 250 plus today.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. This is a weight that, you know, any male lifter would be happy to lift, let alone, you know, a light female lifter. Yeah, so wow, I can't even imagine what she's going to put on for that third. And by the way, Temi also has reached that A total.
True, good point. The A totals are used for international team selection.
Really, now it's a battle for who gets that third position.
Yeah, there's no way that Temi can come past now.
You can see the score sheet here as they're just preparing the bar for final attempts. These are the final deadlifts of this morning's session, for then beginning this afternoon session at what I believe is 3:30, perhaps.
Good point.
Can we get a shout out for Henry Hoover? He's very hard working. And let's get a shout out for this even harder working platform.
3 o'clock, sorry.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock start in theory, but we haven't done medals. We haven't even finished this show yet, so yeah.
That was my mistake, it was 3:30.
Oh, it was 3:30, okay. We're good then. We might even get a break.
Might even get some food.
So we are just lining up. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Oh, we were missing a red plate on one side. Yeah, that
would throw you off, wouldn't it?
Cause you a few problems.
Probably having to recruit some red plates from the warm-up room at this point for Ziana and Temi.
So the first lifter out in the final round, the final women's deadlifts of the day, Sian Arterton for 187.5. She's in fourth. She can be challenged for fourth. Yeah, she's going to need this to maintain position.
Yeah, it does briefly pull her into third, but we have a lot of people fighting for that position.
All her deadlifts have been slow. Can she lock it? She can't.
Unlucky just at the grip for the lockout there.
So she's in fourth place, but she is not secure. And here comes Jodie Bainan for 187.5.
Yeah, it's all right, carry on, it's all right, it's power locking someone in. So this is 187.5 with Martha Jodie Bainan, Lucy Robinson.
And this is a matched comp PB for Jodie.
Mike Ford, registration Echo Juliet 17 Delta Hotel X-ray. Can you move it, please?
She's had a bit of unlucky day with the referees today and the jury. Let's hope she can get this final deadlift in.
Well, it's a big jump, so maybe this was her planned third. She had to retake her opener. And I think she's finished strong.
There we go. That is 187.5 on the board for Jodie.
Well done, Jodie. Lush.
I've just had a sneak peek as well and seen that Ziana put in 252.5
Love it.
for her third and final
Love it.
attempt.
I believe in it. I think she's well capable of it. First though, we have Lucy Robinson with 190 to try to get up to third place. So she needs this to get up onto the podium. But then Hetty will get a chance to respond. But Lucy has to pull it first.
Wow, what a final pull. The referees say, oh goodness.
Right. She's moved up to third, not another gram would have gone.
No, and I think that was a 10 kilo deadlift PB for her as well, which is absolutely huge.
However, Hetty still has a lift in, so let's see how it goes. 190 on the bar now, Claire Tucker, Bethel and Hetty to get ready. Bar is loaded. 190 kilos.
So here comes Claire Toker for the same weight, 190. This will move her up one place, ahead of Jodie Bainan. It's not quite, but you know, she hasn't had a bad day. Finishes on 432.5.
A really, really great fight and a great day from her as well.
4 lifts remain.
We know they will all be absolutely outstanding. What amount of strength from all these women.
So Bethan Ashton is going to attempt 195.
This will pull her from 8th to 6th. And I know that this has eluded her once in competition at the Super Training Christmas Classic. So I know that she'll definitely want this. It's a 10 kilo jump from her second. referees say. 3 white lights. She gets that 195. I know she's been looking for. Congratulations, Beth.
She has had a good day. 8 for 9 and 440 total.
Absolutely massive.
So, Hetty Simpson. There's a lot riding on this deadlift. 197.5 going on the bar. And this will get her back onto the podium. Lucy Robinson knocked her off just now.
Yeah, it is the heaviest she would have pulled on the platform before. So let's see if she can get herself on that podium. Wow.
And she deserved every gram of that. That was a great pull.
Yeah, really fantastic way to finish today, and she has pulled herself into 3rd position and well earned. Now, if you told me that 232.5 kilos wasn't the last deadlift of the session earlier, I don't know if I would have believed you.
So I think we have our British champion secure. Temi can't catch Ziana, but she's still coming out for 232.5. She's guaranteed the silver.
Yeah, this is an absolutely mammoth deadlift.
Bar is loaded, so this will cement silver for Temi Tokinuga. 232.5 on the bar for her.
Last year at this competition, Temi won by a good 15 kilos. We have seen that reverse this time. But what a huge deadlift. This is a real return to form for Temi Nuga.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Honestly, her attempts all kind of move the same speed, which is incredible.
Superb lifting today.
That is a good lift for Temi. And she moved it up.
She did, got a couple of Durins who's, I think, probably just weighed in, waiting to go out. That's a great lift.
Wow, we have Ziana who has moved up her final. She didn't need to.
Oh, do you know, she'd been looking for it to break 250. So let's hope it's not a step too far, but my word, she moved 245 so easily.
So I don't know if you heard that. It will also be the heaviest deadlift in British history.
I'm just going to add here, it's only 5.5 kilos below Amanda Lawrence's world deadlift record in this flight.
That is unbelievable.
255 kilos on the bar for the biggest deadlift in British history for a female lifter. Here she goes.
Absolutely unbelievable. And this is not just in British powerlifting, this is cross federation. No one in the UK has ever pulled this weight. And it's slowing, it's just a step too far.
Unfortunately not there today, but wow, she just moved 255 quite away. And a fantastic day.
Who could say maybe 250 would have gone, but she wins the competition. She takes the squat record, she takes the deadlift record, she takes the total record, and she takes the win.
Absolutely incredible day all across. We've seen so many records broken today. It's been absolutely amazing.
It's been a phenomenal day's lifting. I would not have missed that for anything. I think we've got some interviews coming up next.
I believe, yeah, we get an opportunity. I think we're going to speak to Annie and Tasman in the break, and while waiting for the medal ceremony.
And then we have the 83 kilo and the 105 kilo men coming up this afternoon. Join us then.
And I am joined here by Annie Nelson and Tasman. What a battle. Oh my God. I have to say, I struggled to calm down after that myself. So congratulations to both of you, both taking huge records today. How are you both feeling?
Knackered, but very, very happy. I had an inkling it might come to deadlift, so it kind of went roughly the way I thought it would. I mean, not like the end exactly, but I thought it might be close. Yeah.
Good.
No, yeah, I'm feeling really good. Like, I got the A total that I wanted on my second deadlift, so that was like a massive win for me. And then Tasman just pushed me to the absolute end, and like, I take my hat off to you. Like, you did absolutely class.
I've got to say, that has to be the best battle that we've seen, and maybe we'll see the whole weekend. It was absolutely incredible. And, I mean, I bet you guys just were over the moon with the performances. I mean, Tasman, how are you feeling about that bench performance as well?
Good, but I didn't quite... bench seems to be a bit affected by cutting for me, so it didn't go quite as well. I was hoping for a little bit more, but I mean, obviously I'm happy with what I got in the end. I mean,
amazing. Well, absolutely incredible. I'm sorry if, you know, my answers seem quite separated. I actually can't hear you because I'm not wearing the headset, but I'm doing my best, and, you know, I can't get over how great that was. How are you feeling? We caught up a little bit about the squat afterwards, but how are you feeling following getting that record?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I felt like I really wanted that record for quite a while, so I felt like I could have had, like, not today, that was the most I had today, but you know, like, going off how things have been in training, like, I know that I've got more there, so I'm excited for when I can actually, like, load that on the bar and go for it. So.
Absolutely, and you both reached the A total, which is absolutely incredible. It's a big total to reach. Yeah. How are you feeling kind of hitting that and also going back and forth with that total between each other?
I think it worked out like pretty perfectly, being able to hit the A total on both of our seconds. because then we only had one thing in mind rather than like the total opposite way around, where I think it would have worked out like quite tricky deciding like, right, well, what do you want to go for? Do you want to try and win, or do you want the A total? So that kind of put my mind at rest, knowing that I'd got that, because that was like the main goal for that. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, same here. The goal was 5:05, and then I thought, well, if there's anything else there, then see if there's anything else there. So yeah, I mean, very, very happy to have got the 5:05. That's exactly what I wanted. So
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And, you know, when I say those last deadlifts, there was everybody on their feet screaming. I don't know if you even heard it with kind of the world that you were in, but, I mean, Tasman, how has deadlifts been going for you in training? Because that last deadlift didn't really look like it phased you too much at all.
Deadlifts have been going really well in training, actually. They've had I'm on a bit of a train with them, so I'm very happy with deadlifts. But I knew that I was going to have to bring the deadlift, because obviously I knew I was going to come out of squats quite a bit behind. So it's like, I've been training deadlifts quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got a lot yet to come from both of you, and, you know, I think this is going to be a battle that continues. So it's good to see you sit next to each other, you know, in good spirits. But wow, what an incredible performance from both of you. Is there anything else that either of you want to add or say?
I think so. Just looking forward to a week of not training.
I don't blame you.
I just want to say I'm so proud of all the girls from Scotland. Like, it's an all Scottish podium.
Yeah.
I'm like, that makes me so happy. So yeah.
A huge show up from the Scottish crowd in the 69s. It's just like you had a meeting and was like, guys, shall we just all head into the 69s? All of us. I was considering 57s. Nope. Gain a couple decades, a couple tens of kilos, but yeah, really proud of the Scottish representation, and you had a lot of support on the live stream, a lot of support here. I'm sure you both have a cup to go pee in, so you know, I hope you go and relax, enjoy yourself, and just congratulations on the day that you've had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but most definitely not least onto the platform there, Tazzy. Okay, everyone got the medals? Okay, everyone has their participation medals, so it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to announce our medalists. 69 kilo category first, taking the bronze medal with a total of 472.5 kilos. It is Rebecca! Yeah, that's the one. Well done, Rebecca. Closely contested bronze medal. Taking silver with 506.5 kilos total, it's Annie Nelson. Not quite sure where she is. So just imagine an Annie Nelson on the platform. We'll give her a trophy just afterwards. But your new British champion, and kicked that deadlift record further up the road, total 507 kilos, it is Tasman Campbell! And if you don't follow Tasman Campbell on Instagram, get on it. Well done, ladies, a great battle. Thank you, ladies. And as you can see, the winners get the Eleiko cap, which I tried to buy one for 18 months last year, and they're really hard to find. They are so cool. So, thank you, ladies. Give a round of applause, your 69 kilo ladies. And now to the 84 kilo category, taking a bronze medal with 462.5 kilos, it's Hetty! Silver medal with 542.5 kilos total, it's Temi Nuga! And your new British champion with a 555.5 kilo total, it is Ziana Alcaraz! Well done, ladies. Great battle. Great battle. Thank you, ladies. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving these ladies a round of applause as they leave the platform by whatever method they choose. They're all stronger than me. They can do what they like. Ladies and gentlemen, 69 and 84 kilos. British powerlifting finals.
And welcome back to the Eleiko British Classic here in Nottingham. I'm here with the recently crowned British champion, Ziana Azariah.
Thank you, Joe.
How does it feel to be British champion?
Yeah, it feels really good. This is my third national competition.
Yeah.
First time came third, second time second, so yeah.
So you've been working your way up?
I have, slowly but surely working my way up the platform. And yeah, little bits of today where I would have liked them to go on a little better, but overall I can't really complain.
It's a bit hard to complain when you're putting up the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting history, isn't it?
And it got pretty far up with the 255, so next time it's there for sure.
So your second deadlift was 246?
245. My previous,
245. Yes, 245. The record was 246. That's right.
From Euros.
So you initially had 252.5, and you went up to 255.
Yeah, that was a
so
bit.
So what was the motivation there?
So prep for Dads had gone really, really well, and all through that 255 was the number in my head. I felt I was good for it, so yeah, I said to my coach,
it was a failure to react on the day. But if I'm honest, your 245 was so fast. It was superb.
Yeah, it was, but a little out of position for how I normally am.
Right.
I wasn't quite as close to the bar as normal. I think just kind of a bit of a failure in my setup. But yeah, I did think the 255 was there. It was close, but yeah.
I wouldn't have bet against it.
I know.
Absolutely
It was one, yeah. I was confident, which is why I said to my coach,
sure.
Can we go up? I think it's in. I think it's there.
So do you, in your training, do you pull more than in competition, or do you leave it for the platform?
So my peak dead this peak was 252.5, and it moved well, so that was why I thought 255 would be there.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So you said to me earlier today you were going to get the international A total with your opening deadlift.
Yep.
And you did.
And I did.
You did, absolutely. Yep. You broke your own total record with your second pull.
Yep.
And you just put your total out of reach of Temi, because Temi beat you by 20 kilos last year, 15 I think.
Yeah, so last year was when we had that deadlift battle, and I went for 240.5, got it to lockout, and then it dropped out my hands.
I remember.
So yeah, she ended up beating me by a fair amount, but she did amazing today.
Oh,
so
Temi,
well.
back on form,
Yeah, I think, and I was saying to her, hopefully she'll be offended, but with her age and how she's just constantly improving, excelling, like it is really inspirational as kind of a 26-year-old lifter.
I was really, really pleased to see her back, because she hasn't pulled 230 since before lockdown, I think, if I'm right.
And to see her on her best form elevates everybody around her, myself included. Because it ended up being close. It
was.
So yeah, I think fingers crossed we both get to Malta and we can kind of replicate
and also
that again.
You don't want to beat someone when they're having an off day, do you?
Yeah, exactly.
You want to beat someone when they're having their absolute best day.
Yeah, both of us at our best. Yeah, battling out.
So Malta.
Fingers crossed.
That's going to be a fantastic one.
I know. I think 3 months just about. So yeah, time to get to work, get that 255 locked in.
Let's see it.
I know.
There's some incredible people in class going to Malta.
Yeah,
Sunita
definitely.
Muller's training has been phenomenal.
I know.
And we've got Benita going as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be absolutely amazing.
And I think obviously again with Sheffield just next week, seeing that people.
Well, of course,
leveling up. Amanda Lawrence, like who knows what she'll pull. I've seen her on Instagram and kind of how her training's been going.
It's been going very, very well, hasn't it?
And I think again, you see that you want to push, improve, try and boost up your own numbers. Yeah.
So do you find that what motivates you? Is it the competition? Is it knowing that other people are ahead of you? Or is it just your own personal satisfaction?
I think it's my own personal satisfaction, me wanting to be better than the me of last time.
Sure.
Again, I'm competitive, but within myself more so than anything else.
I find I train harder if I know there's someone that's stronger than me, that's better than me. If they're right there,
and even
pushes me.
Yeah, exactly. And even sometimes that could be you, which is why I wanted the 255, because I knew me of 2 weeks ago. She'd have gotten that, so I was like, so can I.
So what's Amanda Lawrence's record in the 84s? It's not too far off there, is it?
It's not. I think because Jess Bittner's got the current heaviest female deadlift at 261.
261.5, is it?
I think it might be
261. You might be right. Yeah.
I think Amanda, obviously, because for world records that's got to be at internationals. I think she's pulled more in other comps, but in terms of worlds, I think it's 250.
It's right there, isn't it?
Like that. Yeah,
right
it's close. So if I can be like brushing up against her at Worlds in Malta, that would be insane.
fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay, well, I'll let you get on with celebrating your
Thank you,
glory.
thank
Thank you
you.
for sharing a little bit of your success. And we'll do this again in Malta, okay?
Hopefully. Thank you, Joe.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.